Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Yep. Good afternoon. Good morning, good morning. Hello, hello. One, two. Testing 1, 2. Morning, guys. If anybody can hear me, let me know. I can't hear myself. One, two. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, guys. Morning. 1, 2, 1, 2. Top of the morning, guys. Top of the morning. If you can hear me, please let me know. Good morning. Hello, guy. Whoa. Just trying to fix the sound here, guys, in my ears. I don't know how it is coming across to you, but if you just bear with me. Again. Oh. Sorry guys, this is absolutely mental in my ears. Just all I can hear is a big scream. I'm trying to fix it at my end so that I don't deafen myself before the day's out. So, as long as you guys can hear me, that's the main thing. A massive good morning. Sounds a wee bit better. As I say, as long as it... Main thing. I go up the road and I hear it ringing in my ears. So that's took me about 10 minutes to try and hear that there. But we're on the go. That sounds a wee bit better. So hopefully it's loud and clear at your end from what I've seen. And yeah, Kev Muir, I'll make sure that I don't kind of mutter those words again. That actually felt a wee bit, I don't know, some fuzzy feeling came through my body as the words came out my mouth. Cheers guys, good morning. Jamie Burnett. I think he's got to this stage without losing a frame. I've come in the building, a wee bit of information on yesterday, watched a wee bit of it. And obviously, very happy that the SPA have asked me to come and do finals day for the Masters Scottish Championship. Who will take the title before the day's out? Top of the morning, guys. Well, Jamie, absolutely flying to this stage. Probably came into the tournament as the early favourite, but being the favourite and winning the event is two different things. So, expert dark room has been applied in the commentary box. Guys, I'm all over the place in here, man. I think Craig tried to wind me up and he's left us on some crazy settings. But, see how it goes. Sounds bonkers in my ear. Absolutely bonkers, but we'll make it through. Like a wee echo. Like a little echo in my ear. So Jamie Burnett, guys, if anybody doesn't know him, he's just a multiple champion. He's just one of the best players in the country. Former professional snooker player that done some unbelievable things. He got a 148 break. And believe it or not, well, I suppose when you kind of break it down, he didn't get the 147 money. So it was £147,000 for a 147. So I suppose when you think about it, technically, he didn't get a 147, he got a 148. And he only got the 10 grand highest break prize for the week. And they used the technicality that he didn't get a 148, so he had a free ball. And he was explaining it to us not so long ago. He got a free ball and used another couple of colours. So, but they basically said it was to do with the fact that he didn't get a 147. So why should they pay him the 147 money? Absolutely mental. So, I'm still not happy with this sound. Hope it sounds bang on at your end, guys, but what I'm hearing in my ears does not sound right. Sounds like there's a bit of a delay on it, which I suppose that won't affect you, but it sounds bonkers in my ears. I've got a feeling that Craig has been playing some funny game. That's his style. He's a wee bit of a character, that guy. Yeah, red to the top. The sound, I'm thinking the sound went away there, guys, because I was talking away. I had to check it there on the blow up. I couldn't hear a thing, but now I can. So hopefully, back. I don't know what's going on. As I say, it really doesn't sound good in my ear. Yeah, Mr. Unsworth, that is. I don't know what's happening. As I say, guys, it might sound good at your end, so that's the main thing. It does not sound good at my end. What I'm getting in my ears should really be what you guys are getting. It should really be the sound that comes across at your end. But it sounds really echoey and really delayed. So I don't know what the reason for that is. However, there's not much I can do about it. So I'm just going to continue on and hopefully throughout the day it just gets a little bit better for me. But as long as it's okay for you guys, that's the main thing. So I'll give us a little thumbs up to tell us that it is bang on at your end. Yeah, good morning, mate. Hope you're well. Need to get the details for the case, mate. Greg's dad was asking me again the other night, so I will have to somehow get you two in touch so that the guy can get in touch with himself. Jim will want this right on top. He's not managed it. This is a chance now. He's not played that well. Jamie Burnett, he's going to have the finish here. So he's not played that great. Should have been another 2 or 3 inches out. Like a black off the spot. And just like that. But not a whole lot of work to be done here. Just a little pop out, maybe 2 inches back. The black into the right hand middle pocket. A little bit more awkward than it had to be. Get almost a full cue through. 2 frames to 0, Jamie Burnett. A bit of a mistake there from Jim. He should have got the yellow right on top of the red. He didn't manage to do so, and in turn it has now become 2 frames to 0. As I say, Jamie hasn't dropped a frame yet. Can he continue that rich vein of form? Stay tuned, guys. We're going to find out. Well, I'm back, guys. I'm actually wondering if what Craig's done's better in the sense of can't even hear myself breathing in these earphones, to be honest. No, when you take a breath, you're probably sitting at home going, what is he on about? But it just sounds so different in my ears to what I'm used to, and it's always Craig stuff that I'm using, whether it's at the IPA, whether it's here in the SPA, whether it's Lola's Pool Party Deathmatch, whatever it is. But for some reason, it sounds a wee bit different. But anyway, as long as you guys at home can hear. Another scrappy frame, but it's 3-0 Jamie Burnett, yet to drop a frame. And by far and away, our big favourite for the Masters Scottish title. You put that on the shelf. But almost every other title that he's got, if he's got enough space on that shelf. Anybody on the chat, anybody sitting bored on this Sunday morning, fire some trivia on there so we can all mix it up a bit. Let's try and create some kind of excitement throughout the day. But Martin Jones 2, Ray Stewart 0, Alan Henderson 1, Gary Robertson 1. Stewart Weeks 3, like I mentioned, class act 3-0 against Stephen Smith Senior. George Fagan 0, David Gillis 2. I would have said a few years ago that George would have been one of the favourites for this. I haven't seen a lot of them over the last few years, but he's 2-0 down to David Gillis. And David, I have to say, I have to hand it to him. He's put the effort in playing in things like the Saltire events against the very best players. So 2-0 it is to David against George right now. John Reid 2, Martin Fisher 1. Nevin Adams 1, John Smith 2, and Billy Snadden and Barry Thompson. That is a fantastic match. That'll be a really good one to tune into. But it's not on stream, guys. But the winner of that will likely play Martin Jones or Ray Stewart on stream next. So we'll see how that one goes. But it's 2-2 right now. Well, Jim, he's not had any gilt edge chances because he's one of the players that will take them when he gets them. But right now, he's being bossed by Jazza. What we need to do is get all these men with no faces on Q Squad to sort themselves out, get a picture on there. I don't know how many people know the script with Q Score, or if they just click on it and that's their name and that's their results. But you do have to claim your profile. Once you claim it, you can get yourself a juicy picture. And all of a sudden, get your Sunday best on, stand against a big white wall and get a photo taken. Even get one of you playing pool. I'm sure there's loads of them out there. I'm not a big fan of the men or women with no faces on Q Squad. Should be a rule that you have to put a picture on it to play in these tournaments. Even if it's one where you're dressed as Wurzel Gummidge. So, there's one or two players that don't need to get dressed up for that, that's for sure. Right in between would be good. That is bang on, because what it does is it only leaves this one open red. That's the only shot that Jim had, was to cross double it out. He's actually done well not to kind of disturb the balls that are cemented on the right hand side. I'm going to apologise, guys, for that carnage at the start, because I'm shouting down the microphone, but I could not hear a thing back, which meant normally what I hear is what you guys hear, and it was absolutely baffling me. So I apologise for shouting 1, 2 hellos and everything else. But on this wonderful Sunday morning, please stay tuned as we kick on through the day. I'm not going to lie to you guys, I'm secretly hoping that we get it done sharp so I can get up the road and watch the Ryder Cup Finals day. Team Europe have been utterly dominant. Double kiss over the pocket. Well. I think the only ball he can he get right through the gap to the one over the pocket? Yeah, he can. Not bad at all. We're looking at some kind of offset plant here. Take the cue ball off the right hand cushion and up towards the top at the same time. Right, has he left a gap? That's the question on everybody's lips here. The gap's there. Chance for Jim McGee to get one on the board. Use it in, lovely. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, very good shot, Jim. So these balls all there to be rolled in. 8 ball will be in the top right hand corner. Lee Seymour. So Jamie's in the building, and I did ask him this question because someone questioned the break, but it wasn't a 155 he got, it was a 148. He had a free ball from the break, and I think he had one, maybe a lower colour kind of thrown in there at the same time, and he ended up with a 148 break. And on that 148, he only managed to get the £10,000 top prize. So we were asking this question a few weeks back, and we spoke to Jamie. Jamie was in the building, and he said, no, what happened was I had a free ball from the break, played the finish, and I think he maybe had to put in whatever one of the colours it was to get him to the 148, but he explained it to us. They then refused to pay him the £147,000 prize for a 147 because, well, he didn't get a 147, and although there was a bit of a kick up from the players saying that he's outdone the 147, give him 148,000, throw 1,000 on top of it, but they didn't. They only gave him the 10 grand top prize for the highest break. Yeah, unbelievable story. And it's not, do you know, that was obviously in a major tournament. Like any big break, whether it's a 155 or whatever it is someone throws in, the 155 is obviously special, getting all the reds and blacks at the same time. I remember quite clearly in that tournament when it used to be £147,000 that you would get if you got a 147. Jamie got a 148, and it caused mayhem, and they gave him 10 grand. Exceptional stuff. A little bit surprised as well to see the likes of Anton Riley drop out yesterday. Craig McCready, class act, beat Anton 7-5. And Martin Jones beat Craig McCready. But this is another one that's got away from Jim. It's looking like 4 frames to 0. Jazza doesn't miss from there. Evan Adams, who he beat myself at the start of the year, semi-final, one of the over 40s events. Then he went on to beat Robert Stephen in the final, took out 2 of Glasgow's main men, and he beat Scott Dunbar yesterday to get to the situation he's in right now, and he's 2-all with John Smith. Jamie Burnett. So I'm wrong. I was told this morning that Jamie didn't drop a frame. He dropped 2. He beat Billy Stirling 7-2 in his previous encounter. And it is now 4-0 here. So he's lost 2 frames. And he's won 25 to this point. Not a bad weekend's work. Yeah, I was just having a little look, guys, and a little internet search. And straight away it pops up on Sport Bible. Only one snooker player has ever scored higher than 147. Jamie Burnett, who was ranked 49th in the world, scored a 148 against Leo Fernandez. It was during the second qualifying round for the UK Championships. He knocked in a 148. And they didn't give him the maximum prize because they said it didn't count as a maximum. Yeah, unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable stuff. Then he decides to just come and take over the pool scene. Scottish pool has been all the better for having Jamie involved. He's an absolute class act into the bargain. Good fun off the table. Absolutely incredible character. Yeah, could have landed better there. Yeah, buzzing B33. I just had a little peek on, as I say, I did a wee search on the GOOGLE there, and it popped up and says it's the highest televised break in the world of gas cooker. Pretty exceptional. Pretty exceptional. Pretty shocking that World Snooker didn't do something about that prize. I find it absolutely absurd. But if they can keep some cash from you, they will. That's the way. That's the way it works for some reason. Jim needs a bit of a miracle here. It is very difficult to beat Jamie at the best of times. He'd happily take the bag. know he looked a little bit despondent there, but I think he'd happily take a bag here because you're then forced to go and get them, and if he didn't get them, then all of a sudden he's handing another frame to Jamie on a plate. So not 100% convinced that the red goes to the top left if he drops on it. So gonna have a combi to play. Well, let's see if he runs through and plays it right away. No time like the present. Martin Jones 3, Ray Stewart 1, Alan Henderson 2, Gary Robertson 1, Stuart Weeks 3, Stephen Smith Senior 1, George Fagan 0, David Gillis 3, John Reid 4, Martin Fisher 2, Nevin Adams 4, John Smith 2, and Billy Snadden 3, Barry Thompson 2. As you can see, guys, 4-0 Jazza here. It's the Scottish Pool Association Masters Scottish Championship live in McGoldricks. We're on the outskirts of Glasgow in the Rutherglen area. Scotland's premier sports venue. It truly is a remarkable place, and one of those, if you build it, they will come type venues, and that is exactly what has happened here. And we are live, as we are most times, on Scottish Q Sports live streaming. So he's played it to drop it, and I'm not. Can he go cushion first here? Can he pot it clean? It is cushion first, and it's good enough. So he's played the drop in 2 and 1. I think most pool players would have been playing a little screw back off it, but Jazza keeping it simple. Simple as effective. It's 5 frames to 0. As I say, it is the Scottish Pool Association Masters Scottish Championship. It's the over 50 section. We are in McGoldricks. We are live on Scottish Q Sports, streaming all our updates and scores on Q Score. And Walker the Talker. And keep yous going all the way till the very end. It is the last 16 stage right now. And as I say, there was some big results yesterday. And Gary Robertson, who is 2-1 behind against Alan Henderson, he managed to beat Fred Williams yesterday. He managed to get a bye in the second round after beating Alan Clark 7-6 in the first. I've seen Scott Gillespie has arrived in the building. We'll try and get him in before the day's out, guys. And Jonesy, he beat Ross McInnes, as well as David Bryden at the start as well. So a lot of top players running into each other on the way through, but right now we're seeing by far and away our favourite for the event, and that is none other than Jamie Burnett. He's 5-0 in front against Jim McGee. Jim's had a few chances. He's not missed anything terrible of note, but you have to be super clinical against someone like Jazza, so it's unfortunate. But that's the nature of it. You want to win one of these, you need to beat the very best players. So the red and yellow that are touching each other. We've probably got about a minute before Jamie gets to that. As quick as you can, guys, get those fingers working. What shot is Jamie going to play to open that red and yellow up? I'm actually not, I'm not 100% sure myself. Now I'm thinking he's going to run one cushion, back out, try and cannon the yellow, and land on either one of the two reds. You just aren't quick enough with the fingers. Fingers? What's a finger? You aren't quick enough with the fingers. Ah, look at this. Show of hands, guys. Who chose that shot? I'll believe you. If you stick it in the chat, I will believe you. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Now, big question is though, the 8 ball. So I like a little stop ball on the one to the middle. Yeah, I don't mind that. So, I think he's going to go maybe 2 cushions here. I wonder if he can check between the two of them. The other option is to screw up and play the double, but if he can play between the two yellows, he definitely will. It looks to me like he's maybe running into either one of them. If he misses it on the high side. Yeah, I think that's, if he goes high side and just even kisses the yellow, he should have some kind of shot. However, again, I wonder if just a little jab up and playing the double. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes the talker knows what he's talking about. Yeah, all the way. 6 frames to 0, Jamie Burnett. And this one has gotten away from Jim McGee. Billy Stirling, so far, is the only player to get a couple of frames. So Jamie Burnett to break. And what could be the final frame? Jim comes to the table. And his glove back on. don't think we'll be blaming Jim if he just has a pop here. Sometimes it's just not your day. And so far, that's the way it's looking. Evan Adams 6-2 in front of John Smith as well. John can go back to the good old adverts. Blood on balls up and down the pitch. Pretty sure he'll be happy with that. Martin Jones 3-2 in front against Ray Stewart. Alan Henderson, Gary Robertson 2-all. Don't know what they two are doing. We might not get them in the shot clock. Stuart Weeks 4, Stephen Smith Senior 1. George Fagan is 4-0 down to David Gillis now. John Reid 4, Martin Fisher 2. Billy Snadden 3. Barry Thompson 2. That match still grinding away on table number 10. Please stay with us, guys. Hopefully, as the day goes on, you get to see some fantastic pool, because we do have some fantastic talent here. And as I say, this man is our favourite. But Martin Jones, defending champion. Billy Snadden, who has been there and done it all with Jamie in the snooker world. And he's also multiple champion in the world of pool. But one thing's for sure, there's nothing easy here for Jamie. Even if he does make it look easy at times. Just absolutely sensational. Should be able to just... wonder if you can play it. Yeah, this is where I would be going. I don't think you would... even though he could maybe play it with a little trace and come down inside the red, I think the shot's to come back across. If that yellow, still goes, that is a stroke of fortune, because I don't think that 8 ball went. He's going to play the snooker. So not only so he's keeping it simple. Absolutely love that. Yeah, it has to be the treble. It would have been Paddy, it would have been absolutely next level. Just a little flick on the black was just exactly what he was looking for, but look at this. One more of them, Jamie, one more of them. One cushion, here we go. Now, this is the chance for Jim McGee to get one. It might be the only one. He might get another one after it, who knows? But it all starts with this one here. This is a chance to get one on the board. Slams a double in. Still a bit of work to be done here. So another double. It's all over. Bar the shouting and screaming, it is all over here. Jim McGee 0, Jamie Burnett 7. Billy Stirling still the only player to take a couple of frames off Jamie so far this weekend. He's in the quarters. He's going to take a bit of stopping, guys. He really is going to take some stopping as this day goes on. And for anybody interested in ladies football, it's Liverpool 0, Man United 1. Maybe the Man United team should swap places. There's actually a girl in the midfield for Man United I've just seen there. I'm not convinced that. I actually think they might have maybe got Juan Mata to grow his hair, because the bit of magic I just seen there was Mata-esque. Absolutely Mata-esque. Brilliant, man. Absolutely brilliant, man. Niven Adams and Jamie Burnett. They're already in the quarter-finals. David Gillis, George Fagan. The winner of that will play Niven. And Alan Henderson, Gary Robertson. The winner of that. I don't know, I was led to believe that. Oh, I think it's a Snad's game and Jonesy game. I need to have a wee look at that. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Martin Jones and Billy Snadden are 4-2 in front. If that continues that way, it'll be those two on the mainstream next, guys. So please stay tuned. We're back in a couple of minutes to talk about nonsense bees. But I do need a bit of help. I need a wee bit of help on that chat function. So either that or it's a wee bit of insanity. Walker just talking. There's not even a game of pool getting played. I don't know. I'll be back in a minute. Welcome back, guys. So, Martin Jones, Billy Snadden just starting. A wee bit of a delay there, guys. Obviously, without Craig in the building, we couldn't switch to the other table for me to keep you going on the comms. So, we had a bit of a blank table there. I don't know how many's kept it on, but hopefully the numbers go up. I'll actually stick a wee booster on the Facebook. Billy Snadden will want to be in the winner's circle, just as everyone else. Nice use of the knuckle. Don't really think he could avoid the knuckle there, to be honest. I was probably most surprised that he was playing it with that bit of screw, because he was always going to head towards the pocket. Well, Davy Gillis, 6-3 in front of George Fagan on the hill. That is the last match going, so that we can get our quarter-finals all up and running. Right now, Billy Snadden, don't think he can avoid the 8-ball here, so thin cut, knock it back across. Got it a bit thicker than I think Billy would have liked. I wasn't sure if he could thin nick the yellow in and then just put the 8-ball back out. However, this black for a 1-0 lead against the defending Scottish champion Martin Jones. He goes to the black home, 1-0, Billy Snadden. Gary Robertson, Jamie Burnett just getting underway. Stuart Weeks 3, John Reid 1. Quarter-finals well up and running. We're just waiting on Davy Gillis and George Fagan getting over the line. Once that does, all the quarter-finals will be started. I don't know if one of the guys has done it. No, it's just Jonesy. Waiting for Dave McLaren to come in. The scoreboard. Issue with the scoreboard. Must be the battery. We'll get it sorted though. We did have some issues with the scoreboard, guys, but we're all sorted now. Dave has dealt with it. So we can now continue. Frame number 2 underway. Little plant there. A wee bit of salt. Baja Gold, guys. Get yourself some Baja Gold salt. Stick it in your water, replenish and hydrate. Oh, Jonesy. So, big issue here. Well, actually, it's not much of a big issue because he's not going to go for any finish. Needs to stay. So the table not exactly bang on. There's not anything overly straightforward. Opportunity though, if that red can maybe drop into the right hand middle pocket, there's a half a chance here. Looking at the table through the window through the window between the 6 screens that's in the commentary booth. It's absolutely incredible. Here in McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar, live on Scottish Q Sports Streaming. It is the SPA, Scottish Pool Association's Masters Scottish Championship. Martin Jones is our defending champion. He has been absolutely ruthless over the last couple of years. But can he defend his title? He's against Billy Snadden, one of the country's best in that category. So it's going to be no mean feat if he goes all the way. Having the likes of Jamie Burnett in the tournament as well. He's 0-0 with Gary Robertson. It's just started. But again, we've also got Stuart Weeks. Weeksy, one of the best this country's seen with a cue in his hand. There's a lot of guys from this generation that were just simply incredible. It would have been good to see the likes of Chick McKee, Tiger, Alec McDowell, guys like that. Even Maxey, former world champion Alan Maxwell. Be good to see all these guys back in these kind of tournaments. It really would make a massive difference. Looking at the seniors, the over 40s. That's it. Listen, that category needs changed. 2 frames to 0 Martin Jones. What I'm thinking with the over 40s is it needs a better name. It needs a better name. Over 50s should be seniors. Over 60s should be masters. 70s should be grandmasters or whatever it is. Or no grandmasters, whatever it needs to be. Over 40s should not be seniors. It should maybe be called just the overs. Men's overs. And then the men's seniors, and then the men's masters, because you're not a senior at 40 years old. So that's something that the SPA, the EBA, the IBF, they need to sort that. It really needs to be sorted, because you're not a senior at 40, and it's something that needs to be changed in my thinking. Call it the overs. Everyone will know that means over 40, because senior is not over 40. That's just madness. But in that section, you've got the likes of Walker the Talker. You got me. You got Chris Payne. You got Davy Markey. You got Brian Taylor. Tam McCallum. I'm trying to think of the guys in their 40s and not the ones over 50. Kev McLeod. There's a lot of the guys that was in the Scotland seniors A team, the over 40s A team, were all in their 50s, most of them. Which again, I'm not a big fan of that either. But I do get it. It is what it is. But I think there should be some kind of rule that you need to have. Maybe you can have 2 players over or out with the 40s, and then the rest 40s, and then the 50s the same. You can have maybe 2 a bit older, whatever it is. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up here to. Yeah, I don't know. Something along those lines anyway. Art Boyle, Scott Gillespie. We've got a few good genes. Who knows? The Talker might go for the seniors job next year. Let's see what happens. Lewis McCool. I think I've got a wee bit of clout, guys. I think I could put a good team together. I could maybe talk these guys into putting their name down. Oh, it's rocked back, but he's on the one to the top, through the gap, and the one to the bottom. So he's going to mind his work and go downstairs first. I like that. On and off the cush. Little trace aside. This is a big opportunity here. Should be 2-1 to Martin Jones. Stuart Weeks on a finish to go 5-3 in front against John Reid. And David Gillis and George Fagan definitely getting their money's worth. Yeah, I didn't like that there from Jonesy. I preferred bringing the cue ball back a couple inches and taking the red to the right middle and then opening everything up. That's exactly what he's going to have to do now. He's going to have to go one cushion and come to the... What we would have is a blue spot on the snooker table. Just about perfect. That'll do nicely. Run on and off the cushion. frame number 4. Good finish, Jonesy. He's got himself in front here. Yeah, Mark Boyd. My very first overs tournament was the Scottish Championship a few years ago. And it was Mark Boyle's first as well. And he actually beat me in the semi-final 9-6. 9-6, 9-7, something. I can't mind exact. I think maybe 9-7. Did I get back? I think I was 7-1 down in no time, and I got back to... I got back to 7-6, and then he went 8-6, 8-7, 9-7, something like that. But Mark Boyle's first ever seniors event, and I think he's only won. And as I say, I don't like the seniors thing. I prefer it to be called the overs or something, because you're not a senior at 40, come on. But yeah, Boyle won it. And now this year, we've got a new entrant. We have a new entry to the 40s category, and it's none other than Goopsy, Scott Gillespie. He is going to try and do what Mark Boyle did and win the Scottish Championship at the first time asking. My question is, who's going to stop him? And Brian Murray has just commented there. Is the defending Scottish Seniors champion. Junior at 39. I don't know what it is, guys. I mean, tell me what you think, but it was actually Paul Corrigan who had said a wee while ago, we were talking about Paul runs the Saltire, Paul and Santa, sorry, run the Saltire Masters thing that they do. And he'd said, he went, I'm not doing a so-called seniors one, he says, because I don't believe that anybody in their 40s is a senior. It just doesn't make sense. So he's stuck to the over 50s, and that's it. But when you consider the likes of Mark Boyle and Mark Farnsworth and Gareth Hibbett and all these guys that are whatever age that most of them are, I know Gareth's in his 50s, these guys are still winning major professional titles. It kind of opens your eyes to the possibilities. So I think if you're going to have a 40 and over tournament, it should just be called the overs, rather than kind of giving it some kind of name. Because I mean, it used to be a senior citizen was someone in their 60s, was it not? So I think we've totally lost our way when it comes to the world of pool. We need to kind of fix that. I do think the names are very wrong. So, help me out, guys. What should we call them? What should over 40s be rather than senior? I know some of you might go, seniors is fine. I'm not. What I'm asking here is, give us a name, throw something out there. Does the overs, does that cut it? Or does it have to have some kind of fancy name? I would have the over 50s as seniors. I would have the over 60s as masters. And that would be the end of it for me. The over 40s, call it the overs. If you're going to have an overs tournament, that's it. 40 and over. The aches and pains. Lee, that's a good question. I know there's one or two good ones kind of coming through. I would need to double check and get the exact names and stuff for you and ones to watch out for, but I'll actually ask Jamie, because he was talking about it not so long ago. There was one or two really good young kids coming through, but I think right now young Stan Moody has absolutely shown signs of excellence, composure for such a young kid, and maybe potential to be an absolute star, and could he go and dominate the game. But there is maybe one or two that are coming through, so I'll try and get that, try and get some names for you, Lee. Good question, Lee Seymour. The aches and pains. He's going in aches and pains 50s. Receding hairlines, Mulsey. That was me at 19. That's the under 21s. As long as they don't call it the Walker's receding hairline. That's us in the unders groups. The in-betweeners, I actually quite like that. The in-betweeners, because you kind of are. You're kind of in between the youths and the overs. It's a strange position to be in the 40s section, because let's be honest, guys, being called the seniors is the wrong name. I actually don't mind the over 50s being called masters, because a lot of them by the time they get to 50 are masters of the craft, grandmasters, that wee bit older. I mean, that makes sense to me, but senior, should the under 21 be called the apprentice? The apprentice title, the apprentice Scottish Championship, the gentleman's series. I like that. Keeping it very simple indeed, keeping it very gentlemanlike. Stuart Weeks on the hill, guys, against John Reid, looking to book his place. Rather quickly in the semi-final. And Weeks he'll play Jamie Burnett or Gary Robertson if he gets over the line against John. So guys, I don't know if we've got another problem with the scoreboard again, because it's definitely not one each here. It's 2-1 to Jonesy, so I'll keep you going. I'll keep you updated on that. I'll try and, after this frame, see if I can help Dave to sort the battery out. Not a whole lot they probably could do there. Jonesy in total control, the reds surrounding the black, and also got the bottom left corner totally covered. Oh, he would have loved to get that out. I wonder now if Bully can drop this in, get to the left-hand cushion, and then play the yellow at the bottom into the bottom right, and then kick into the bag. Needs it to stop a touch. I think he's got it. I think this is nice. I think you're spot on, Mitch. See, when it comes to the... Oh, he's just missed it. When it comes to the 50s, I think it is to get an extra section, to be fair. I think you're spot on there. The most likely thing is that it's to get that extra section in there, but the Life Begins tour. How good is that? And our Life Begins Scottish champion is none other. I remember hearing that when I was a young pup. People say that life begins at 40 and stuff, so guys, that's winning so far. McGee. I think that is exactly what it is when you think of the different sections. Yeah, try and catch Dave's eye so that we can get the scoreboard sorted, guys. We'll get that done very, very soon. Yeah, that's one of the biggest things that stands out to me when you look at there's obviously a lot of top players that are in between the 20 and 40 mark. But when you look at some of the guys that are winning major titles, even at pro level on whatever rule set that they're playing, a lot of the guys that do win, we had a couple of young winners in the last couple of weeks, but most of the guys that are at the tail end, they are mostly, well, not mostly, but at least a lot of them are in their 40s. So you really need to look at the guy that won a few tournaments over the last couple of months, Mark Boyle. Slow roll. Maybe too pacey, double kiss read in. Oh, a little pop back there. I don't think it's out with the realm of possibility that guys at that age would get to the top end of the IMs. I think the only thing you've got based on that, though, is some of them don't really. I don't think Mark Boyle plays IMs anymore. I think Robert Stephen. I think he started playing IMs again this year, so who knows, he could maybe get up there. But you're looking at the guys that's in the seniors, it's not beyond possibilities that they could be at the top end of the IMs. I just don't think that as many of them play. But you've still got Gio and Dunster and Morgan and guys like this that are at the top end of the Scottish rankings. However, it is tough. The amount of pool we've got in Scotland, we are so spoiled. The SPA do a fantastic job between the IMs and then all the categories. So many tours on the go without the help of guys like Dave McLaren, who's here. He was here for the Youths and Juniors a couple of weeks ago as well. It just wouldn't be possible. So he's tried a banana there. Jonesy gave him a look there as if to say, I don't think anything else was happening there, mate. So yeah, I think if you're at the top end of the rankings and you're the best players in the country, put it this way, if Mark Boyle was available, he would be in the A team. He'd be in the Scotland men's A team. It's as simple as that. But John Brownlee, a lot of you'll know, class act, Scotland International, has been about and done real damage in his years of playing pool. Quality snooker player as well. John was speaking about it last night, and what he said was, could you imagine if all the sections had the availability of players in those groups? For instance, the best players in their 40s were in the 40s team, the best players in their 50s were in the 50s team, etc., etc. And he kind of got me thinking of the possibilities that the teams could be. It's absolutely exceptional. But obviously when managers are obviously going to be selfish, but I look at the men's A team that have went on and won some major things. If Dunster was available, he would be in it, but he's still under 40. Gio would be in it, Morgan would be in it. You've still got Stuart McCulloch, Mark McAllister, Johnny McDermott, all the guys that could potentially be in it. You've got Mark Fleming, you've got Ryan Fleming, you've got Brian Cumming, you've got, again, more guys that could be in it. It's all these guys that essentially could be in the men's A team, so that covers that. And then you've got the B teams that would be absolutely stacked. But then in the seniors, you've got Gibbsy, now you've got Robert Stephen, you've got Mark Boyle, you've got Lewis McCool, Davy Markey, Kev McLeod, myself, Vinnie Bimmy. I mean, there's obviously more than that, but that's in the 40s, and Chris Payne in the 40s range. And then in the 50s, you only need to look at these two guys. Martin Jones, our defending champion. Billy Snadden, just an absolute inspiration to us all. Such an inspirational fighting warrior. He's blown my mind more than once. Everything he's gone through, and he just keeps coming back. He never stays down. When you talk about Eye of the Tiger, he's at the top of your list. It's just an absolute inspiration. And then guys like Jamie Burnett, who's obviously firing right now, 2-0 in front. So Weeksy Tiger, Chip McKaig, Alec McDowell, all the guys at Maxey that could be available as well. It's just, and there's more scattered across the country. Ross Fernie. It's just, yeah, it's absolutely littered. It's stacked. If everyone was available for the respected section, then imagine how good the teams would be. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, now we have the score sorted, guys. Little nod for the talker. A lot of things done. Stuart Weeks is in the semi-final. And he will play the winner of Gary Robertson, Jamie Burnett, and right now Jazza. 2-0 to the good. Gary's one of the guys over the last while who, pretty good snooker player. I think he's quite comfortable at knocking in century breaks. I think he's a 50-60 man most times he goes to the table. I think he's pretty good as an amateur snooker player and stuff like that. And I think he always felt that quality on the snooker table should have radiated onto the pool table more than it did. It might have been a case of, at some point in time, he maybe didn't give pool the respect it deserved. Guys like Billy Snadden and Mark Boyle and Jamie Burnett, who have obviously come through the snooker system. It's not as straightforward as you would imagine. Obviously young Chris Totten, who's been up and down on the snooker ranks, trying to make his way in the game. He's done pretty well in the pool world. He had a crash bang wallop Saltire win a few years ago. In fact, maybe he might have only been last year, but I know the likes of Fernie and Gibbsy and guys like that have all had kind of snooker backgrounds when they were younger. But the world of pool definitely requires a lot of respect if you want to get to the top end. And there's one man at the top end at this level, and it's Martin Jones. And his aim is to defend his Scottish title. I was told this morning that 4 out of 5 Scottish title defences have been done so far this year. And the only one that hasn't been done was the under-18s, and it's because Preston McInnes, who won it last year, beating Ryan Martin in the final, has moved on to the under-23s. So he's moved up and couldn't defend it. So up until now, statistically, everyone that's tried to defend has. The big question is, can Martin Jones do exactly the same? So guys, if you're betting men and women, whoever, I'm not sure if there's men, women, sons and daughters, whatever it is, all watching. But if you were likely to put a pound on the winner of this tournament, who are you picking? Stuart Weeks is in the semis. Nevin Adams is 3-0 now in front, of Davy Gillis. Jonesy 4-1 in front of Billy Snadden, and Jamie Burnett 2-0 in front of Gary Robertson. So if these matches were to end with the victors, or the people in front right now, it would be Jamie Burnett, Martin Jones, Nevin Adams and Stuart Weeks as our 4 semi-finalists, if it continues the way it is right now. What a semi-final. Foursome that is, if it is those 4 that come through. Obviously Stuart Weeks is already in the semi-final, and he will play the winner of Jamie Burnett and Gary Robertson. And Fred Williams straight in with Jamie Burnett, and it's tough to disagree. Speaking to Jamie and Goobsy when the previous match, after the previous match had finished, and it was just a little break in between the games, and I think Jamie's not long turned 50. It was actually good fun, and Goobsy was saying, yeah, Jamie, he used to badmouth the 50s, and Jamie's going, no I didn't, no, I never said a word. But he's basically sat there patiently waiting, knowing that he was going to land with a chance to play in this. Straight away he got his name in. And here he is, heading towards a semi-final berth if he can get by Gary Robertson. Ability-wise, Gary can beat Jamie. Of course he can. It's just when you're playing against someone as good as Jamie Burnett in the world of pool, you have to be mentally strong, and that'll be the biggest test for Gary. Oh, that is a very uncharacteristic error. I think he was trying to run 2 cushions, well, 2 knuckles, and he's just caught it too thick. So chance for Billy Snadden. Get himself right back in this match. Okay. Reds kind of map themselves out. I'm not sure if he'll play a plant over the middle. I think it's quite straightforward. Just drop it back, wait and keep the red over the middle pocket. I like the way Billy's played that. Absolutely love the way he's played it. Really positive, coming down. Yeah, I like what he's at. Come down, take these 2 reds away, and then it should be top, left, middle, right for the 8 ball. Might have to change his mind now. Or is he still okay? Yeah, he must be able to run on and off the cushion. Yeah, maybe not. Just what I was thinking. If he runs off the cushion and doesn't land on the right side of that red, he's then having to run 2 cushions, miss the yellow. I actually thought the shot was to just drop it in and take the lowest red of the one below the black into the bottom left and just push past the black and then red into the right middle. He's okay, just a drop in, screw off 1 cushion. Not sure he can stun straight up, so we screw off the cushion in between the 2 reds. just doesn't want to be straight. Has he got a tiny angle? He just push on and off. Yeah, that's nice. And just the perfect angle. Just a little kind of soft screw through the gap between the yellow and the left middle pocket. It should be 4-2 here. Just caught it a little bit on the outside, playing it into the top end of the pocket. That's just widened his angle. Well, it should be okay. Oh, it's not gonna fall. As much as I fancied Billy to get that, it did come from the shot before. The shot before has ended up just made the black a bit tougher than it had to be. But Kevin Jonesy, see a finish. Can I see somewhere to hide the cue ball? Cut the yellow into the bottom left. Bottom cushion. Cannon the yellow into the side cushion. Get the two yellows out. Tappers. Never in a million years is he playing that, but you never know. He's going to go top left first and then. So obviously the wider he is, he'll be running straight into the yellow, might knock the black in that way. I actually like it where it is right now. Yeah, bang on, Stephen. Absolutely bang on. Tappers here. Right, that's roughly the angle he was looking for. My only thinking is he planning on dropping inside the two yellows? One in the top, one in the bottom left. Yeah, not easy. It was never going to be, but let's see what he's thinking. Now, I suppose now, if he drops this in, he's going to have at least a double. So he can take the double just now, or he can leave. I don't think the skilly's on, to be honest. I think the black is just on the inside of the jaw. Martin Jones defending his Scottish title with every bit of fight in his body. Oh, wow, after that. Oh, wow. He's literally tried to be too perfect. And he's just said to Billy, imagine, no, how careless was that after playing that? And he's talking about the double. He's absolutely nailed. Dropping on the inside, plays the one across the bottom cushion. He was taking them out, absolutely fantastic. And then to throw that in, unbelievable. He'll be kicking himself. Should be 5-1. It's 4-2. And what will that do? You know, guys, I often say you get punished twice. And I think everybody that maybe listens and watches will know that that's something that gets mentioned a lot. I was literally going to say he's going to go in off here and leave tappers. But he's broken dry and left absolute dollies. Now, Billy needs to cue the first one. First shot, yellow across to the top right corner. Is he playing the billiard shot here? Yeah, he did. Red needs to stop. So he did play the billiard. I didn't like it. I still don't like it. I think it had to be eggs in the basket there. You either take the red to the right middle or you take the yellow across the top cushion. And that's the shot that I felt was. He needs to take this in off the red now. He's went for the plant. Yeah, that should have been 4-3. I didn't like the billiard shot. I know it was making sure he was on yellows, but guys, you only have to look at these reds. The reds are absolutely brilliant as well, so I can't see Jonesy missing from here. I really can't. I think the red at the bottom right just goes cushion yellow and in. Then he's got the one across. Every red goes. Every single red has a pocket. But Jonesy playing on that straight away. And it might go clean, guys. The camera angle might be telling us that it's tight. Oh, I can tell you guys, I'm right behind it. I'm looking through the TV. I still think he needs to go cushion first. Oh! So surprised at the pace he's played that at. So surprised at the pace. What's Billy got up his sleeve here? Yeah, it's just became a bit messy. Still not straightforward here. Can he just about drop this yellow in the top left corner? If he does, there's a big chance to make it 4-3. Well, if the plan was to get the cue ball back in the same position, he's done a fantastic job. I think we all know that wasn't the plan for Billy there. Jamie Burnett 4 up against Gary Robertson. And Niven Adams 3 in front against Davy Gillis. So it is kind of heading in the direction of the score lines right now. But Billy has to pull something out the back here. Lovely thin cut. Chance, Billy Snadden. It's been awkward. It hasn't been absolutely pristine. It's became messy. And from the very start of this frame, both sets of balls were absolutely perfect. Billy might watch this back and think, did he have to go up? He's trying to screw up the table there. And leave the one down here to last, but when you have a look at the table, any one of these two balls is perfect to get on the black. And it's ended up gifting huge opportunity to Jonesy now. Yeah, tough. Very, very tough from here. Not much more on than this. A deep swerve. And although this cloth and the Aramith Pro Cup balls, striking 861 can be really, really reactive. This is really tough. Kind of shot that Ants Morrison used to play for fun. So up and down. Yeah, it was tough to miss the red in the middle. And I think he's unfortunate in the sense of getting kicked in off. But when you play it at that pace, that red was always coming away from the joy of the pocket. And obviously getting kicked in is really, really unfortunate. I just wonder if Billy had to come up, if he could have just maybe played it in nice and easy and then used the yellow to the bottom right, just a little delicate screw, one cushion and out. But that's a hindsight thing, because if he screws up, red out the way and lands absolutely perfect, then I'm not even considering any other option. So yeah. Well, Jonesy with the free shot and visit. That'll do lovely. That will do lovely. And he's turning the screw here. If this was a team event, you would be hearing loads of shouts of "make sure," and Martin Jones is certainly doing that right now. It's a good tip from Billy. Just trying to work out his patterns here. I just can't see any way that you don't finish these. However, understand that he's taking a little bit of extra time. That surprises me. He's obviously caught up now in the fact that he's been playing really tactical. The finish was there. Had that gone in and Billy landed on this 8 ball, which he would have, it would have been no more than Jonesy deserved. He has to get these finished now. You can't give Billy any more free goes. Yeah, just leave the plan to last. And it's heading for 5-2 Martin Jones. Bit of a strange one, that, because from the beginning of the frame, yellows and reds are both really good. The two guys struggled to get the chances over the line early doors, and it became a bit scrappy, but it is Jonesy 5, Billy 2. The other matches, Gary Robertson 0, Jamie Burnett 5, David Gillis 0, Nevin Adams 5. Back in a wee moment, guys. Frame that Billy most definitely needs to get. Nice little flick. Just about the right angle. The other two matches are 6 and 6, so Jamie Burnett, Nevin Adams, highly unlikely. And it's going to be anything other than those two that make up the next two semi-finalists. Billy going 2 cushions. Very, very snooker-like. Wonderful cue action, straight through the ball. Slightly bridging. I'm just making sure. Like that about Billy. better. Get yourself down a bit flatter if you can. Doesn't want to make any kind of mistake here, because we are heading for match over stuff. Yeah, 5-3. Martin Jones. Billy not going anywhere. Don't know what that wee bit of voice was there. Anywhere. Darth Vader took care of the mic there, guys. Sorry about that. Look, I'm your father. Right. I don't think that was Darth Vader. But anyway, guys, if you're just tuning in, Gary Robertson 0, Jamie Burnett 6, Davy Gillis 0, Niven Adams 6, Stuart Weeks is in the semi-final, and Martin Jones 5, Billy Snadden 3 on your screen right now for your viewing pleasure. But what a semi-final lineup it's going to be. Whoever wins this one will be joining Jamie Burnett, Niven Adams and Stuart Weeks. Kicked in off. Kicked in off. Is this a dramatic turnaround? This is really about making a basic decision on what colour set to go. I like the yellows, to be honest. I think the yellows have a little bit more simplicity to them. And yellow balls are now in play, using his free shot to clear the top left corner. Now, Billy Snadden with a chance to get himself back within a frame, guys. Back within one, and all of a sudden, this match can turn on its head. That's absolutely perfect. All he has to do here, well, screw off one cushion, and once again, absolutely spot on. Now, we would love to run this with a little tracer right hand side and come between the two yellows. Now, we can live without doing that because you can go around the two cushions and get on all balls in this same pocket, but that's what he's going to do. That's what he's going to play. So he's going to have to go bottom cushion, left cushion, unless he screws onto the red. I can see him playing a tracer side on the cue ball, so here we go. A little bit of extra action that came in there just because of a little bit of splash he was putting on the cue ball. So cut this in, cannon the red, left cushion. I think it cuts, but the cue ball is going to be doing some travelling here. Yeah, well done, Billy. 5 frames to 4. Martin Jones, but Billy Snadden not going anywhere anytime soon. A lot of life left in this one. Frame number 10. Yellow ball. Top right corner. It stays out. Every red has a pocket. Every yellow has a pocket. Martin Jones, chance to get on the hill here. Okay. Trying to play that kick when, to me, it was probably the best last ball on the table for the 8 ball. But obviously at the same time, a little bit of work to be done at the bottom. Jimmy Burnett, Stuart Weeks, Nevin Adams are all ready in the semi-final. Will the defending champion follow? Or can Billy Snadden come from nowhere? Well, the defending champ is definitely not going. He's not going to mess about. He really isn't. He's just such an aggressive, such a talented pool player, and has been for a long, long time. And like I say, still winning a lot of titles. But can he defend his Scottish title? Okay. That was one of the gift horse moments. I remember Chris Slack talking about it years ago. You're already on it. So why not? Yeah, so now, work to be done. Okay. It's a shot. He might have been tempted there just to come back and play the 2-1. Just run the yellow red into the middle. However, it's not a shot. If he can just drift this in, hit the knuckle and come out to the red. He's played it with pace, played it very positive, and he would have been on the black. However, Billy Snadden with a chance to push for an equaliser here. Plays the snooker, kills the black, don't mind it. Although I felt he could have played the snooker and got that red out, and then his next visit would have been to finish it. His next visit should be to finish it anyway if he... Well, Jonesy should be hitting this yellow, so that's the issue for me. But understand, Billy's thinking. He's thinking if he gets it out, and all of a sudden Jonesy pots the yellow, he would have a shot at the black. So I do get it. And that's what I mean. But the red over the middle pocket was always that kind of second saving grace. So can he pull something off here? Big chance for Billy Snadden to bring this match all square. Honours even. Billy turning the screw a little, but it's quite similar to early doors when it was Jonesy playing similar shots, and if it just kind of invites your opponent to pull something out. This has to be the time. Now, I'm just wondering here when it is. Billy's going to pull the trigger. Oh, Billy. See guys, I'm slightly surprised. I know Billy might watch this back and say, Stevie, come on, you're talking nonsense, but I'm slightly surprised because he could have got the ball out with a free shot rather than play a kick. And playing that kick, it could have cost him the frame. He's ended up getting a gilt-edged chance. But I have to say, that could have went horribly, horribly wrong. Five frames all. So 5 frames apiece here. Are we all still tuning in, guys? Are we all still here? We had a couple of guys say Jamie Burnett for the title, and he's obviously the favourite. He is the favourite. It's a tough school, but Jonesy, Billy Snadden, Niven Adams, Stuart Weeks. Listen, these guys can beat anybody in a race to 7. Anybody. So, there's no gimmies in the world of pool. Being the favourite doesn't give you the title, doesn't give you the trophy, doesn't give you the prize money or whatever comes with it. You have to go and earn it. Not rightly so. Jamie Burnett is the favourite. Favourites are beaten all the time. And the defending champ will be trying his best to make sure that the favourite doesn't win. It's going to have to be quite cute here. Just pull the cue ball back. Any kind of angle there and he would have been absolutely perfect, but he's going to have to be really careful here as he brings the cue ball back towards. Yeah, if he plays towards the red, that would be ideal. Obviously comes with elements of risk. So I like trying to play on it. Even if he lands where he is right now, he can cut the yellow in, up and down the table, down and up should I say, and then he's on the one to the bottom right. So I would be screwing this back, top left, coming back roughly where he is just now, even another couple of inches further down would be perfect. for a drop in and drop in. However, even if he comes back to the red, he's got a shot. If he lands roughly where he is right now, he's got a shot. So that's the window that you're looking for. Anywhere in that vicinity, then I think Jonesy takes these out. This needs to be really cute here, though. That'll do. I mean, he's definitely over-screwed the ball. But you've seen Jonesy line it up prior to it. He'd always made the decision to come back to the red. Little trace aside. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, Martin Jones. Absolutely superb. Absolutely superb. A drop and a drop. What a reply this is. Yeah, good finish. Tapping the table from Billy after losing a few. He's ended up pulling off a majestic finish. And it is 6-5 Martin Jones. Billy Snadden to break. Frame number 12 to stay in this match. Needs to get something, needs a chance. Is the red gonna go? It isn't gonna go. And Martin Jones is gonna have a chance to go over the line here. 6-5, he's at the table, and I tell you what, these reds look quite tasty. Not like I'm gonna eat the pool balls, but they look good. Trying to defend his title here, guys, so he's shown those battling qualities. 5 each there. He could have been forgiven after losing a couple of frames. We're getting a little bit nervy. He pulled out a majestic finish, and now I think if he pops the red in the top left corner, not easy, but I think if he pops it in, this match will be over. Looks to me like he's thinking about just getting on the reds, just cutting that one back into the middle. Yeah, he is. So I understand that. I don't think we would have seen Liam Dunster, Mark Boyle, anything like that taking that shot. I think they would have been popping the red in the top left corner and then just taking them away from there. You'll watch this back, Jonesy. I hope you do, and you will tell me that sometimes the right shot's the right shot, and if you don't get it, you don't get it. But for me, you just pop that red in the top left corner and then roll them all in. You are absolutely better than that, and I don't see that red as anything that you couldn't handle, and you don't become a multiple title winner, a Scottish champion, if you can't pop balls like that. And so tell me I'm wrong, guys. Tell me I'm wrong, please. Anybody that's on the chat. There's loads of times that I've said to people, listen, just make sure you're on the balls that you want, but that's in different situations. In different situations where it's quite tough, you have to make sure. But there, that was a chance to win the match and book a place in the semi-final. Still favourite in the frame, only because of the bottom right corner. However, Billy Snadden would have been sitting in his seat there thinking he was never getting back to the table. Double across. Needs to slow down a touch. I actually thought Billy was going to double that yellow across to the bottom right corner. Maybe it was just catching the knuckle. 6-5, what a match. Going all the way for a place in the Scottish Pool Association Masters Scottish Championship. Can Jonesy defend? Or does a favourite Jamie Burnett just keep steamrolling his way through everyone? 35 frames to 2. Yesterday to today. And it's not been any Muppets he's been playing. But he's got that fear factor about him, so sometimes people play the name rather than the balls in the table. Do you know something, guys? This was a conversation the other night. People saying that you have to play the player and stuff like that. You can't just play the balls and what have you. Now, I don't know if you agree or disagree. If you're playing against, say, Liam Dunster, and you start fudging, the chances are you're going to be out fudged. If you play against Mark Boyle and you try and go dish for dish, there's a chance you might get out dished. A chance you might get out everything when you play Dunster, to be fair. But I understand the theory that you have to just play the way you're going to play, and then what will be will be. But for me, you have to just try and play the shot that you think's right at the time. Don't change it just because you're playing against someone that might be better or someone that might have a bigger pedigree in the game or whatever it might be. Me personally, when I get down to play a shot, I don't think I've ever thought to myself, oh, I need to watch what I'm playing here because it's Dunster to go next, or it's Boyle, or it's Dan Davey, or Gibbsy, or I think of the guys I've played, Wade Morley, and think of the top guys, Jack Whelan. I've never ever played a shot thinking that it's that guy to go next. When I play the guys, I'm probably saying to myself, right, Stephen, come on, you have to make sure. And that doesn't mean that when I'm playing against any lesser man that I don't try and make sure. There's just something about playing the very, very top players that gets me switched on. And that's real bad mentality from my side, because that should be the case all the time. And that's the reason why Mark Boyle's considered one of the best ever. Gibbsy's considered one of the best ever. Dunster's considered one of the best ever. It's not because they can pot a ball better. It's not because they can play a shot off two cushions better. It's not because they can. It's because they've just got something different between the ears. And to go two-time Scottish champion, you've got to have something special. And Martin Jones, there's a fantastic pot on this red, away from a black, to get himself into the semi-finals here. Top cushion and down. Gets it. Needs to slow down a touch. Here we go. Martin Jones is in the semi-final as he heads to try and defend his title. He beats Billy Snadden by 7 frames to 5. Billy, he was always chasing, he was always behind, and he dug in like only Billy Snadden knows how to do. A legend, an inspiration. I'm delighted that I get to call the man a friend. Unlucky Billy. Congratulations, Jonesy. He kicks on to the semi-final. So Martin Jones will play Niven Adams. Jamie Burnett will go head-to-head with Stuart Weeks. please stay tuned, guys, because day matches are coming right now. So we are going to be underway in a couple of minutes, guys. I'll be straight back. what a treat. What a treat. Jamie Burnett, Stuart Weeks, semi-final of the Masters Scottish Championship, brought to you by the Scottish Pool Association, live in McGoldricks and Scottish Q Sports streaming. Walker the talker, keeping you going, and the man that's keeping the tournament going, Dave McLaren. He's here for the youths and juniors, he's here for the old guys, he's here for everybody. What a guy. Starting to think he absolutely loves this game of pool. Rerun of last year's final. The stacked man next to me, Martin Jones and Niven Adams. Wow. Well, one thing's guaranteed. One of them will be back in the final again. But who will it be? That's on the other stream table, but the one we have, with myself involved, is Jamie Burnett and Stuart Weeks. What a match this will be. Weeksy is absolutely class. And I think, to this point, Jamie's made it look easy. I can't see him steamrolling Stuart Weeks just the way he has everyone else. But you never know. Weeksy to break, frame number one. Oh, wow. The unfortunate thing for Stuart here is that yellow goes down the side cushion. I think there's a chance here for Jamie to get a frame on the board, and it's the last thing you want. To be fair, the balls haven't been opening like in that prolific way. I was talking to Jonesy and Billy there. They were breaking quite well, but not getting a ball most of the time, leaving chances for their opponent. So, big chance here, right away for Jamie Burnett. He said earlier, he's like, the thing is, I mean, I know I'm playing in the over 50s, but I don't really feel like a day over 45. And I'm like, 45? That's nearly 50. I thought you were going to say like 25, but quite random. I don't feel a day over 45. The 50, mate, there's no much in it. If that yellow still goes, it's not a bad shot. If it doesn't, I'm slightly surprised that he played it, but that yellow was awkward. He wanted to get two birds with one stone early doors. Yeah, I don't think it does go. If it did, I don't think he'd be messing about here, Jamie. Might go in the top left, but he would have to draw into the jaws of the pocket. He's got a bit of work to be done here now. This was the obvious shot. It'll give us an insight to what he's thinking here, because the yellow, it can't pass. If it does, he's literally milked us for the last 5 minutes. I played that with loads of right hand side to hold the cue ball. He would love to come back and have an angle. If he can kick the yellow up over the middle pocket. Oh! And that hit the back of the bag at 100 miles an hour. We're going to have to get Dave to go and check the pocket. I think it's damaged after that pace. Nah, that's what happens. He's concentrating solely on trying to screw into the yellow. He hasn't even done that. So visit to the table for Stuart Weeks, former Scotland A-team internationalist. And I can assure you, he will not be fussed that it's Jamie Burnett he's playing. Far too long in the tooth for that. Just a game of pool. is it 30? What did you say? 35 2? 35 frames to 2 over the weekend so far. Jamie Burnett. That is some going. Imagine he won this match comfortably and then lost the final and went up the road winning 40 odd frames and lost a handful and get beat. Didn't win it. Absolutely incredible. He has got Martin Jones fighting to defend his title. And Evan Adams hoping to go one better than last year. That was quite awkward there for Stuart. Just needs to pop this over the middle pocket. Niven going for 2 out of 3. He won it the previous year, then he lost in the final to Jonesy last year. Can he get another Scottish title to his name? But the information I got when I came in the door this morning was 4 out of 5 Scottish titles have been defended so far, and the only one that wasn't was because the previous year's winner wasn't in it, because he's too old now. Oh, bad effort. A little bit of imagination there. I have to give a massive shout out to Dave McLaren, guys. He's just exceptional at what he does, the detail that he goes into. Always feeding information. The passion that he has for the game. And I know there's been times, I think the counties he was given a hard time a while back, something to do with refereeing, but that's neither here nor there for me. I think he's absolutely exceptional, and he is one of the SPA's biggest assets. We are absolutely blessed to have him. I didn't want to make him blush while he was standing next to me. He's just absolutely exceptional. He really is. A little bit of magic from our main man, Pup, and McGoldricks. We really are spoiled in this place. We really are. The bar staff simply keep everyone well looked after. There's never any, should I say, any service without a smile. It's just brilliant. And I don't know many people that are very happy at their work, but I think it's one of the places that's just got that kind of atmosphere. Whether you look forward to going in the morning, afternoon, or whatever it is, I think once you're here, and people like myself walk in the building, I think it makes everyone happy. Well, guys, who's still on? Is anybody even watching? Or are you all tuned into the football, you wee devils? Scrappy frame. There was an opportunity from the start, and it's ended up quite scrappy. But these guys will battle all the way. Jamie Burnett, not sure how statistically I would need to get some serious information, but I wonder how many people that just dropped into a certain section, like Mark Boyle did it with the overs. Mark stepped into the over 40s and won the Scottish title. I think it's the only time he played, and like I mentioned before, he beat me in the semis. I think he beat John Owen in the final. I'd have to double check that, but I think he beat John Owen in the final. And then we've got Jamie here just stepping into the Masters, which is obviously the over 50s. So I wonder how many have just stepped in and won. Stuart Weeks. Yeah, these are awkward. Very, very awkward. And is there any real reward for going for these here? You can argue, guys, he's pretty unlucky there. He's screwed into it. And now's the time to hide the cue ball. Guys, if you're on and you haven't subscribed already, please subscribe to Craig's Scottish Q Sports Streaming. Please do. Hopefully, over the next while, I can get my own YouTube booming. I really like the idea of these live streams and having a chat with people. I'm trying to work out some way of doing it. I can confirm for you guys that the first podcast is almost set in stone, and it will be a lowest pool party special, so stay tuned. Fingers are really crossed that it'll be ready to go in the next couple of weeks. So stay tuned for that. The opening episode is going to be a lowest pool party special. I'm delighted that Mark Boyle and the team have confirmed that they will be doing it, so I'm really buzzing for that. Yeah, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to just get the yellow into play. And obviously from there, he's made life pretty difficult for Stuart. big yellow. Cuts it back like an 8. Gonna say like an 8 off the spot, like a black off the spot. Absolutely brilliant. I actually really like that shot. A few moments ago when Stewart had the 2 reds on the side cushion. That is a great shout. Get the 2 of them out, cue ball on the bottom cushion, and it would have gave Jamie a lot to think about. Now, where does the 8 ball go? Where does the black go? Up the inside. That's a touch of class. That is a touch of... It's world class. It really is. Might seem straightforward. That's a brilliant finish. Those 3 yellows and the black. Absolutely sublime. Jamie Burnett 1, Stuart Weeks 0. Two 0 and Nevin Adams against a defending champion Martin Jones. And I mentioned earlier, it was Robert Stevens' first over 40s match tournament, and it was earlier on in the year in Junior Sports Bar, and myself, I think for argument's sake, Nevin would probably say I probably should have won the match, to be fair. I had a couple of chances that I've missed, but Nevin was just brilliant. But Nevin beat myself in the semis, then beat Robert in the final. No mean feat considering where Robert Stephen came from and got to in a real quick space of time. And then finding out, I don't know how I've missed it right enough, but not so long before it, Nevin won the Masters Scottish title. No, sorry, that would have been the year before. Year before Jonesy won. Yeah, whatever it is anyway, he's been winning titles for a long, long time. And here he is, 2-0 up on Martin Jones in an attempt to win 2 Scottish championships in the Masters section out of 3. No mean feat of that, I can assure you. Oh, Weeksey's tried to cheat the bag just to hold the cue ball win. I think if you said to him now, if you were at the yellow, would you be okay? Would you be happy? I think you'd bite your hand off. So, Jamie looking at playing the skillet. Yeah, that's where I would be, Jamie. What's the thinking here? He's tried to get as straight on it as he possibly could. He's left a little bit of distance, so might change his mind here. Yeah, so can get a bit closer now, can get just inside the 8 between the yellow and the black, and that should make a huge difference. You can see what Jamie's thinking here. He's trying his best. Stay away from playing the skilly, so can he screw down the left-hand side in behind him? Well pointed out, mate. Well pointed out. So no skilly required. Apart from probably now. Might have to just run into the red and take the yellow into the middle. Well pointed out. So, eggs in the basket here now. It was never in doubt. Jamie considered, but he kind of insinuated. The yellow moved a touch, however, not at that pace. 2-0. Jamie Burnett. 37 frames won. 2 frames lost across a weekend. Is there anyone in the 50s that can stop this man? And the likes of Aldo McLeod, Anton Riley, Chip McKaig. These are the kind of Glasgow guys that I know in that age kind of bracket that are obviously top players. But Anton, he was in the tournament yesterday and lost. I would have been giving him a half a chance at winning this. But that's the thing, everyone capable of beating each other. Right now, it seems nobody is capable of beating Jamie Burnett. Yeah, maybe. I think you might be spot on there. He might have thought he missed it, because it did go into the right-hand side of the pocket, so it's just his reaction. That's probably he's probably thinking that he's maybe missed it to the right-hand side. There's Mr. Cool himself, Louis. Yeah, the jazz man's on fire, Lewis. He's absolutely flying. 37 frames to 2 over this weekend so far. Not bad going. Yeah, he's not the worst player in the world, is he, or Jazza? He's just drifted that in. GM Properties, guys, man, what's happening, mate? Hope life's treating you good, mate. And I belong to the counties and that, do it. Who's all in? Super 15s. Defending champs, 2-time champs in a row. It is just standard. Lewis, it wasn't that long ago. He was telling Goobsy that he's over 50s comps and stuff like that. I'm never playing an over 50s. Over 50s, you have your head. And what happens? Turns 50 the other night and he was already camped out outside. I seen him packing up his tent, his sleeping bag yesterday morning before he came in. He couldn't wait to get in about it, man. Brilliant. He's just class, isn't he? He's absolutely class. Good, mate. This is the thing that we've got here in all these sections now. Obviously, certain people get that wee bit older and they make it to the over 40s, over 50s, whatever it might be. And this is players that are playing at the top end of the game still, players that are capable of winning big tournaments. And so if you want to go and do well, it's like if you think that you're going into the over sections and you get to relax and take things easier, and it ain't going to be the way. Jamie Burnett, 3-0 up here, and he's basically just laying down a marker this weekend. For anybody that wants to succeed in the over 50s now, they're going to need to work that wee bit harder. I suppose if you've got to do a bit of office work on a Saturday, there's worse things to be watching than a wee game of pool. Quite lucky in this commentary booth. Got the scores in one screen, the live chat and the other table on the other. The main table on one in front of me, the football above me. It's some setup. I'm actually hearing the rumour, guys, there's about to be a penalty at Rangers. There's a surprise. Shock, yeah, Rooney. Big break, Jamie Burnett. Not a whole lot of balls dropping, I have to say. Oh, I've just noticed, guys, it's John Beaton that's the referee as well. And of course, he's giving out penalties. And if you're not tuned in to the pool and you're watching the football, it's just the same as old. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And Jamie Burnett, heading up from numerous titles across the men's game. Anybody get any information on if Jamie played a lot of senior stuff? If he did, how many did he win? I don't actually know. I don't think I've ever seen him in any of the seniors. I've only played 4 myself, I think. Yeah, I've only played 4 seniors tours myself, so as I say, I'm not a big fan of the name, as you's not. I don't like the term seniors for an over 40s. Someone said earlier, maybe just call it the overs. Quite like that, because that's when you're just stepping into the kind of overs categories. So the first one's the overs, then the masters. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. Or is there a better name? Give us it, guys. Give us it. That's a good question, Lewis. I mean, I would not be surprised if he had won a Scottish. I mean, it's obviously 10 years since he turned 40. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's done that. And if he has, well, that's absolutely exceptional. And then he'll just be sitting staring at birthday cards for the next 10 years, just waiting in the number 60 turning up on one, so he can head into the Grand Masters. What's he like? What is this guy like? And I'm going to ask this question. If you're spot on with that, Lewis, and I think you might well be, if he was to go and win this today, is there anyone else that's done the same? I don't know if the categories were about when Ross was winning every Scottish going. So I'm going to say it's highly unlikely. Mark Boyle. Has Boyle won a Scottish title in the men's? I know he's won the seniors. Yeah, this is there's some good knowledge to have. Good for the old trivia night. Yeah, good question. Lewis, you might be bang on there. He might have won the tournament the same year. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, he's capable of winning the three of them in the same year now if he decided to put the time in. Do you know what I mean? The guy's just exceptional. Charles and Tong back in the snooker world after obviously the betting scandal. I don't know. I mean, I'm one of these kind of open-minded people. If you're going to go and give someone a 3-year ban, a 5-year ban, a 10-year ban, and then when they come back, people say they shouldn't be allowed to play. I think, well, what was the point giving them the ban then? When they got the ban, nobody seems to say much about it. I also think that it'd be similar like somebody going inside and getting 5 years, 10 years, whatever, and then telling them they're not allowed out. So the guy's done his time. And once you've done your time, it happens in the world of Q sports all over, even if it's here in pool. If you do something and you get a ban, however long that ban is, you should be entitled to a second chance. But obviously everyone can have their own opinion on it. It's just my take is he's done the crime, he's done the time. But I also think that we can't be too naive in the world that kid's from. If you believe that he was doing it because he wanted to rather than he was forced to, then I just think there's big powers in the kinds of places and you don't really get a choice. So yeah, tough one. Stuart Weeks delighted to get one back here. He's not had much of a flow in this, but it's only the third frame that Jamie Burnett's lost this weekend. Absolutely exceptional. Did Jamie win the 2 Scottish titles in the same year? I need to know that. I think you might be bang on. Something is ringing in my mind, Lewis. Yeah, Lee, I'm one of these people. I just believe in if you've done your time, then you deserve a second chance. Simple as that. There's just too many people in the world that want to hold grudges for their entire life, even though they don't know. There's a lot of people that have never lifted a cue in their life, and they'll be sitting at home shouting about, say, Stephen Lee and whatever. They shouldn't be allowed this and shouldn't be allowed that, but these people have probably done some shady stuff in their life, and I don't know. I'm just not one of the people. I'm not a big fan of people that hold grudges. Do you know what I mean? So I think you just have to be open-minded and get on with it. And that's the way the likes of Stuart Weeks needs to think here. He's playing against easily the best player now in the over 50 section. Easily. But he's got to be open-minded. He's got to look at this and he's got to think that he can win no matter what. Whatever walk of life you're in, no matter what you're doing, you have to be open-minded. And people that are closed off in reality, it's a tough school. See, I'm not sure about the thing with Ross. I'm not sure when Ross was winning all the titles that there was categories. Categories have only been about for, I don't know, how long have they been? About 10, 20 years. Ross has probably won a seniors. He probably has. Probably won an over 40s, because even when he was, even go back to say in his 60s or whatever, he'd still be good enough to go and win. So Dave McLaren is not near me right now, but he's going to know. He is 100% going to know. We'll find out. We'll find out, but yeah, if anybody's done it, Ross McInnes is likely to be one. And Jamie Burnett hoping to become another. He's won 3 major Scottish titles in a career. Yeah, Ross, I mean, I think Ross has won the actual Scottish title about 25 times, so Mr. Bull, there probably is. The problem that we had at the SPA was the website that had all the details of everything. Something happened, and although they were trying to rebuild a website and whatever it is and get other things on the go, but there will be information somewhere, there will be past winners somewhere, and it should be somewhere out there to be found. The only problem we've got right now is we've only got a Scottish Pool Facebook page. We've not got anywhere that you can go and look for any information, and it's actually it's a bit of a shame. It's a bit of a shame that we can't go and get players' profiles and details of the referees, myself, people that are involved with the SPA, whatever it might be. It's a shame that there's not little bits and bobs out there for us to go and get, but maybe somewhere down the line we'll eventually get that again. We did have it before and it was fantastic, but it's something that's been really badly missed from the SPA for a while. Hopefully we can get some of that information, because it's definitely great to have some major information on the top players in each kind of section and category. So I know obviously Jamie has just stepped up to the over 50s. What a shot. Brilliant stuff. He would have loved to get both out there, but unfortunately it's only one. We have to make it somehow difficult for you. Martin Jones. Has gone 4-2 in front. Pat Holtz and Ance Morrison, they are great shouts. It's just whether they guys... I know Ance won a lot in the men's category, Pat Holtz the same. It's just whether they made the decision when they got to the over 40s and stuff like that. I don't think any of the two of them won any over 50s major titles, but might have done in the over 40s. With the black, the only kind of awkward one. Lovely little nudge. Lovely stuff. There just is no let up whatsoever from Jamie Burnett. Oh, key off what you're all about, man. So I've actually got Dave McLaren next to me. Dave, everyone's asking me, so if Jamie goes and wins this, he's won the main Scottish title, he's won a senior Scottish title, and he's going to be going for this. Has anybody else done the 3? Yeah. Aye, well, there you go. There's obviously people mentioning Rosnan thinking, did he do it? Was the categories about back then? And then even at that, when they came in, did they start later? But right. So he's definitely won the Masters, McInnes. If he's won the seniors then he's one that's done the 3 of them. I know Pat Holtz's name's popping up and Ance Morrison, but I don't think any of them have. I can't remember the last time Pat lifted a cue, to be honest, so I don't think he's even played in the over 50s. And Ance, similar idea, but I don't know what titles they won, if they won any in the seniors level as well, so did he even win Scottish titles? I know Ance won a number of IMs, but did he win a Scottish? I think he might have, but yeah, I think that's as far as it goes for them. So there you go. Jamie said 2 seniors Scottish titles. And he's obviously gone for the Masters here. Jonesy has gone for a Masters repeat as well after winning it last year. And he beat Niven in the final. And Niven won it the year before. And it's 4-2 in that one. And Stuart Weeks will be hoping that this one doesn't get away from him too much. 39 frames to 3 over the weekend, Jamie Burnett. It's actually quite ridiculous. I hope you're well, Jeff Dunn. What a guy. At least it's no sting you're having a go at this thing. Oh, mental. Lee Seymour asking for there you go. Lewis. They've saying there that Jamie won. He was a holder of the seniors and then won the Scottish a year later, and he beat Ryan Fleming in the final. So he might have held the 2 of them. Beat Liam Dunstan in the semi-finals at the same time, so no bad going. And he's just dropped a bomb in here and then ran away. Oh. I'm not having that, guys. That is absolutely rotten. Dave McLaren, I want an SBA fine on this guy. If the exec are listening. The only thing I'm happy with is the fact that this commentary booth has got an open top on it. Because if this was a locked space, you might not hear me for a while. Martin Jones 4, Niven Adams 3. Jamie Burnett 5-1 in front against Stuart Weeks. We're looking, and Jamie's going to steamroller his way to a final and a possibility of another Scottish Championship win. Can anyone stop him? That is another question. Any snooker and pool jokes, I was asked. Who will take the second shot in this snooker game? Or should I say in this pool game? We'll find out after the break. Quite like that one. I don't know if I said that right. I mean, I heard that when I was young, but put in a couple of chats there to see if anybody had any good ones, and I got a belter. This was actually from 2.5 Men. What's big and green with 4 legs? Obviously we use blue, so I'll say what's big and blue with 4 legs, and if it falls out a tree it'll kill you. A pool table. Last one. What's big, green and floats through walls? Casper the Friendly Snooker Table. I like the daft ones, guys. I really do. I like the daft ones. That's right. Lewis McGill got beaten in the final of Ryan Fleming that year. And deservedly so. Your attitude was stinking, Lewis. I'm only joking, big man. I'm only joking. IPA's #1 amateur, Lewis McCool. Look out for him in the pro ranks next year. He's only up there because I've took a year off for commentary. You're lucky, son. You're very lucky. Jamie Burnett is definitely taking no time off here because he is absolutely flying, and it is hard to pick anyone else that was going to stop him this weekend. And it's looking more likely that it's going to have to be one of the other 2 players in the opposite semi-final. Oh, kind of shot to nothing there for Jazza. Slightly awkward here, to be fair. I don't think he's left Weeksy anything. He's actually played a cracking shot, Jamie. He's not all about just potting, and it's obviously a huge part of what he does, but that playing the long plant, leaving the cue ball in such an area, Stuart Weeks has got no real kind of attacking shot. And you look at those yellows, the yellows look absolutely brilliant. Well, Jamie's left the cue ball in such a place that Weeksy really hasn't got much on. Martin Jones about to go 5-3 in front against Niven Adams in the other one. Yeah, nothing. Not a lot he could have done there. He's tried to get the yellow over towards the 2 reds, and at the same time try and keep him off the red to the middle. But he's not managed that. Yeah, it's not exactly what Jamie was playing there. I think he was trying to be cute and get the snooker at the same time. He's not done that. So is he giving Stuart a chance here? There's a chair in front of my eye line. He might be able to play the plant. But if not... Yeah, tried the plant, didn't get it. But he's knocked these two reds at the top left even more awkward, so... Top cushion. Might need a referee for this one. That's a tough shot, because if he plays it into the jaws, he's going to be awkward. Has he got another shot, to be honest, I think? Yeah, I think he might. Yeah, it's not bad. Is there a gap to the yellow on the right-hand cushion? I think he's left the one in the middle of the table. Yeah, just too thick. Kind of risk reward. Jamie Burnett there got his two reds into play at the same time. And obviously, if McGee managed to get the finish there, it wouldn't have been much of a reward, but instead, Jamie Burnett, chance to go 6-1. And it's looking more likely now than it will be Jamie Burnett in the final. He's dropped 3 frames this entire weekend to this point. So there is no question his aggregate score is going to be pretty high. And it doesn't guarantee anything. You can win every match 7-0, 7-0, 7-0, and then lose the final 7-6. Just one of the crazy matches that can be thrown in, but it's been comfortable to now. Yeah, good shot. I'll allow him to take the red to the bottom right pocket on his next shot. Unless he chooses to go middle right now. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. For the life of me, it looked like he was playing for the one to the top. And he's most definitely overcooked that. Well, flicker left-hand side, should be okay. Should be able to bring himself. Is he maybe just going to go one cushion and play it to the bottom right next? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Keeping it very, very simple. Playing the table fantastically well. So black away from 6-1. Yes, indeed. 6 frames to 1. Jamie Burnett. Jamie Burnett breaking off. And a chance to get over the line quite early. Yellow ball doesn't drop. Chance for Stuart Weeks to stay in it. All busting no balls. Yeah, what a phenomenal break. Yeah, this match for me is going to be over now. And most likely on this visit. 6-3 Martin Jones. And he is breaking off in that one. And it's 6-1 Jamie Burnett. So we are probably about 5 minutes away from seeing our finalists, unless Niven Adams can pull something magical out. But I can tell you guys, on the other table, Martin Jones has broken off and left himself a wonderful chance. Absolutely wonderful chance. And Jamie Burnett is in the exact same boat right now here. So don't go anywhere, guys, because the final will be straight after this. Little jab out, find the gap. Nicely done. Yeah, everything really straightforward now for Jamie. He's going to have to go middle now. Just about perfect. So he's got a gap to find. That's where he's looking at. Should be able to just drop. Because even if he just misses the red at the top left on the bulk line, he's going to be guaranteed worst case to cannon the red on at the left middle pocket, and then there'll be no doubts about getting on that yellow. So he is on it. He's going to want to get a good connection on the red at the right-hand side. He can go 2 cushions and nudge it out the way. He should be on it to the bottom left. He's went 1 cushion and half ball. Well, he's only gone half ball and landed absolutely plumb. Jamie Burnett and Martin Jones are our finalists, guys. absolutely flawless over this weekend. A little bit of fortune at the end there, but he was always playing into it, played the pace. He's pointing out where he was trying to get to, so he did have a little bit of extra work to do. But ladies and gentlemen, Jamie Burnett and Martin Jones will contest the final in a few moments' time. We'll be back. I'm only going to nip out for a wee second and then we'll be back very, very soon, guys. So please, please stay tuned. What a final this promises to be. sure you're switched on, mate. Is it working?
Testing. Hello?
I can hear you. Can you
Can
hear
you?
it now?
I think so.
Can you hear me? Oh. You hear it? Oh. The wrong one. You hear anything now? A bit loud at my end. Let me try and turn that down. Can you hear me now? No? That's strange. One, two, that's that one. Let's see, this one. You hear anything now? No?
I can't hear you though.
Can you hear me, but I can't hear you. Up on the mics.
This?
Aye, it's coming through. I could hear it. Sorry, guys, we're trying to fix the earphones there and wasn't working. But give us a thumbs up and let us know that you can hear the two mics.
Aye, let me know if you can hear me as well. So I'm not talking and nobody is absolutely hearing me.
I could hear you coming through the mic. So it's got to be that set of earphones. I need to speak to Craig. He said he was going to be in before we were finished, but
Craig's needing the sack.
I had problems earlier and I couldn't hear through any of the two of them, and then all of a sudden these ones started working. I thought that was everything fixed, and obviously that one still isn't. Who knows? But Jazz has been kind of coasting her.
Aye, I think possibly people might be just giving him too much respect. I mean, the Masters is always a good field, but Jamie's always a class. I mean, I think if you're doing a book on this, Jamie's quite a comfortable favourite.
Aye.
Not saying he's going to win it, because you've got guys like obviously Billy Snadden, Niven, Martin Jones, Weeksy. I mean, always all class players, but I think Jamie's level is kind of just slightly above theirs. So, aye, it's a tough one, but no, I think he's going to definitely put his foot down and as you say, coasted through a wee bit.
Jonesy is the defending champion.
Did you know that?
Jonesy, he beat Niven in the final last year, and Niven actually won the title the year before. So Jonesy's trying to defend it here, and I think Jonesy actually, if I'm right, I don't know if he got beaten the final off in Niven the year before or not, but
well, I know Niven says the last 2 years he's won it and been beaten the final. So
aye, so there you go. Aye.
I mean, Jamie had a chance first poke here and missed the ball along the top rail. So, aye, obviously he's left Jonesy a good chance here, and this is the thing. I mean, I know Jonesy's a defending champion and stuff, but he'll certainly need to take every chance he gets against Jamie.
Perfect.
That's it.
Just doing a double check because none of the viewers gave us a thumbs up.
Ever since when it's down to one viewer, when it's me.
I was talking to Jamie in the toilet there, and we were trying to get a wee bit of information, and obviously Dave McLaren knows his stuff, but he might be the first. It could be that McInnes has done it, but he might be the first to win the main Scottish, the seniors and the Masters. Now Ross has won multiple Scottish, but Dave wasn't sure if he'd actually won the over 40s one. He knows he's won a couple of Masters, but maybe no the over 40s, and for whatever reason, maybe the category wasn't really about when it was, and then when it did, maybe there was just some other guys that beat him to it. But
aye, and Jamie's won the World Seniors as well.
Aye, there you go.
He won that in France.
World Seniors. Every Scottish title gone that he could possibly play in. We'll probably not see him again. He's 60 now.
No, I know, exactly. Aye, hopefully they change the rule and doesn't it? Because I keep on winding them up. Always I can enter the Scottish Seniors this year. And he was winding me up saying, "Oh, that's shocking. You're in the Scottish Seniors and all that." And always like, he only turned 50 in the 16th of September. And I'm like, that's out of order, you get into the Scottish Masters. I was like, you only turned 50 and you're right on there. First time you've ever put yourself into a tournament and you're right in there. You know what I mean? You're like Bill Gates on a computer putting yourself in. But no, listen, at the end of the day, it's another tournament and it's a Scottish title, you know what I mean? If you do win it. And as you say, it's possibly creating a wee bit of history with winning the 3 tournaments.
There's a couple of good ones that have obviously... I was looking back at the draw. Couple that stuck out to me was Anton Riley and Billy Stirling, but Jamie beat Billy 7-2. These guys are good players. They still play quite a lot, and he's making light work of it. And you might be onto something there that they maybe just expect Jamie to beat them. But whether you think somebody's going to beat you or no, you still need to push them a bit.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the thing is, obviously, guys like Billy Stirling, Anton Riley, like I remember Anton was like in the top 4, I think, of Ross McInnes' tour years and years ago, Stevie. I don't even know if you actually played pool back there or not.
No,
you can FAI. And I mean, this tour was some standard, like guys like always like Anton. And as I say, as years goes on, I mean, that's possible like 25 years or something since then, you know what I mean? So, I mean, these guys aren't going to stay at that standard for a long time, but still true. Very, very capable players. Because I even seen Chick McGee was in it, who... Big Chick's been an unbelievable player through his time, but obviously doesn't maybe play as much now. But when you're talking about somebody like Jamie's still competitive on the tour. You know, I mean, so obviously is Martin Jones, and that's why probably these two guys are in the final, because they're still playing kind of on the main tours as well. You know what I mean?
I think that's when you talk about staying sharp. You're not going to. I mean, if Jamie's playing yourself or Mark Boyle or Dunster or whatever, you would always think he's got a chance.
100%.
Whereas, no disrespect to some of the other guys, they're probably massive second favourite. Whereas that's probably the difference in the levels that they're all still playing at right now consistently.
100%. And I'll need to give a wee shout out to EBS because Jamie actually come up to my bit on Friday night and got the EBS breaking cue off me to use this weekend. And I walked in earlier on to see him. I've been in here for watched these last 16 matches onwards, and he said to me, "How much do you want for the queue?" I said, "Sorry mate, it's not for sale, but you can get down to the EBS boys and see."
There's carbon copies available if you want to step downstairs.
But no, listen, as I said earlier on there, Jamie's obviously the first chance in this frame, and then Martin's missed a chance. So as I said, you need to be taking these chances, even though Martin's always still plays in like a lot of the tours and stuff like that, and IM stuff like that in Scotland. You still need to be taking these chances, and defending champion or not, that's not going to scare Jamie, you know what I mean?
No, that's it. Jamie's he's too long in the tooth. He's obviously with a snooker background, playing against the very best, to then coming in and winning multiple titles, and he's not going to listen. You go and take a couple of finishes against him, he'll just shrug it off and then go again. So you need to be ruthless against guys like Jamie.
Yeah, and this is the thing, Stevie. Always like been in the IPA and that, you know, as the years go on with the doubles at the Worlds, people struggle to get great partners, and this is my dark horse for February, which I think, I mean, always always me and Mark McAllister won it last this year.
Aye.
But Mark McAllister is a pro now. Like
That's right.
All these guys are starting to go pro, and it's a struggle to get a good. I mean, I don't mean you can get good partners.
Of course,
but
I know what you
Jamie is of professional level.
Aye.
I mean, I'm not saying we're going to
No.
always we're going to guaranteed to win it. But I mean, there's not going to be a lot of doubles partners out there who's got somebody like Jamie as the second. I don't mean second best, but he isn't the pro.
No,
you know what I mean?
that's right. There's obviously...
Jamie doesn't know this yet, but I'm telling him.
There's a lot of teams that you look at and you go, right, there's a couple slipping through the net if you want,
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, as much as you can maybe sit back and say, that team's too good, or he's pro status, he's an amateur, and that's the rules.
Aye. I've just jinxed Jamie, he's broke dry. No, but listen, you can break dry at any point, but I shall look forward to that. I mean, Jamie's one of these guys where he still doesn't take pool too seriously because he's been away. I was actually speaking to him on Friday night when he come up for the queue, and he says, I was just tapping to bashing him, like obviously about when he actually retired for snooker, and he says that was coming up in 10 years, and I'm like, wow. But Jamie still doesn't class himself as a pool player yet, and obviously rightly so, because he played snooker at the highest level.
Aye.
But now he plays pool, and he understands it a bit more. He's starting to see the pool shots like that. When I've played doubles with Jamie a lot and stuff, and like there's just some wee shots you would say to him that are easy on the eye for us, but Jamie still didn't get them.
Aye.
And then that makes the finish so much easier. Like even weak enough shots, like he's still not comfortable doing ones, which I know is right up your direction.
No, that's
like stuff like that. He just doesn't see them, or he'll not even play for them but it just makes the game so much easier. And this is the guy at the highest level and still doesn't understand all of pool. You know what I mean?
It's mad when you put it that way, because there's actually one of the frames he played earlier. To me, the obvious shot was the skilly, drop on the 2-1, and then everything. And you could see his head was he looked at it about 3 or 4 times, but then he just point blank refused, ended up playing down the inside, and fair enough, he's ended up nailing a long yellow, playing to the table to take the finish.
Because that's the way he would go about it. I mean, he would rather just try and push the ball out and go for something else, because me, Jamie and Big Louie McCool's got a wee ongoing joke where either when the IPA was in the Normandy, so I know Jamie hates 2-1s, and he was playing Wayne Fryer, and I'm just sitting watching, and like there was a blatant 2-1. It was an easy 2-1, but I know Jamie hates them and doesn't play for them. And honestly, he strolled round the table, Stevie, right, and I'm like, oh, Jamie's always on practicing the 2-1s, because he strolled round the table, right, and went down to play it, and he's just stunned it. So his ball, he's hot.
Bang, it's just stopped.
Dead. And Stevie, honestly, I wanted to burst out laughing, but I didn't, obviously, because Wayne was coming to the table. But after it, I was like to Jamie, I'm like, mate, you've just stunned that ball, and that is not a chance in hell to get in. And I
stop.
I just put the 2 fingers up, I done 2. No, because it was just 2 shots he gave away, and he's like, that is why I do not play for 2-1s. Right, Stevie, that's plenty.
This partisan, we were in here a few weeks back. Oh, it was more than that. Me and Mark Fleming, and Rangers were playing whoever it was, and that team scored. And we went a wee bit mad in here, and Mark's went, really sorry guys at home for the partisan atmosphere in the commentary box. And I think years ago that shot started to stone out to me, because when the old rules, as you know, people would roll a ball out of the bag, and then all of a sudden it was like 4 bags covered, and you're kind of fighting, you're trying to find your way back in. Aye, and it was hard to play, and I don't know how old the skill shot was, but I used to think, well, if you get good at that, and I watched Renzi practicing it one day, and he was just doing basic, just straight 2-1s, but balls right in the heart of the pocket, and at the time I thought, that's some shot he's playing.
Yeah.
Then when I started to kind of play them, and I was playing ants, and I was doing the line, I'd done one right along the top cushion, and he looked at me and he went, it's the best 2-1 I've ever seen. I went, no, well, really it's no, mate, because it's just the laws of physics tell you if you catch it just on the inside of 2. And he was looking at me as if I was mad, but I started to think about dating that way. I know. But I'm thinking to myself, that's how simple they are. As long as you catch it at the right point, the right side, the right pace, then they'll just fall in. And I've noticed over the last wee while, a couple of the tele matches you've done, I've commented, you're nailing them without even blinking now. And I'm not saying years ago.
I just think it's a straightforward shot now, Steve. I mean, you're still not going to get everyone, but that's what I was trying to tell, because it was actually Pat Holtz that learned me. Pat Holtz was unbelievable. Andy Gibbs. Andy Gibbs introduced me to Pat Holtz years and years ago, and that was one of the first things Pat had taught me, and he was so good at them. And he's like, Scott, see when the ball's like on the pocket, he says you're trying to just connect with flush on.
Aye.
He says, see if you hit that flush on. He says you can play it with top and bottom. He's even stunned sometimes, just depending on how far away. Just depending how far away you're from. He says, but it's such a great tool to have, because like you're doing away with that pocket obviously, and now you're opening it up for
100%
your balls to get into it, you know what I mean? So it is a great shot to know, and obviously realistically, when you're as good a potter as Jamie should be able to play these shots, because it's all about kidding on that ball's not there at the centre of the bag.
I says that
it's so easy.
Robert Stephen, he's like, I hate them, and we were playing doubles again, and he went, I wish it was you playing this. And I'm like, just get in and roll it in, man. You literally can't miss. You could not miss the shot. And over the last wee while, he's got so much better at them as well. But as you just said, bang on, Jamie should be nailing them. I started to practice them into the middles. I was saying they're quite easy in the corners. Even if you slightly miss it, it can go in off the knuckles and stuff like that. So I was saying I'll practice them in the middles. And that's probably what made me that wee bit better at them. Yeah. But again, if you're as good as Jamie and you can cue as good as Jamie, definitely. I would expect him to get them most of the time. But
and even at that, see ones that are sitting on the knuckle, they're even easier.
I know,
because you've got a bigger part of the
that's
back
it.
to play.
I know, that's right. You can play it just inside
it's
it, and
knowing the physics now is going to work. Because on a right fast cloth, the ball doesn't need to be hanging either.
I know.
It can be an inch and a half away from the pocket, and as long as you catch it clean on, it'll follow through. You know, it's it's a good shot to know.
There was one in Paisley. Taz was in. Can't mind what was going on. He was messing about, and I was just practicing, me and Barry Thompson, and I've played one that was about 3-4 inches for the pocket. I was just playing it as the table was just reclothed. It was Ainsworth match at the time, and brand spanking new, and I've just kind of cut it on. I says, watch this, Baz, and I've cut it on. The two of them, and he ran through about 4 tables, and he's going, well, I've never seen anything like that in my life, and I'm trying to show him by putting the 2 balls in the middle of the table and playing them onto each other. And the 2 of them are finishing in the bottom cushion.
Yeah.
And I'm saying it's just the pace when the tables are so quick and reactive like that. But I think probably when you miss them, and I've missed hundreds, but I'll constantly miss them. Even if you think you're the best in the world at them, you'll always miss them. But I think if you worry about missing them, chances are you're going to miss.
Yeah, 100%. You just need to be confident in what you're going to do. I mean, at the end of the day, playing a 2-1 or playing a pot, if you miss them, it's the same. I mean, I know you're getting 2 shots away, but at this level, like you're probably going to. I mean, you don't really get a lot of chances to come to the. You don't get a lot of chances coming to the actual table in a frame. You know what I mean?
That's actually pretty clever way of thinking about it, because if you're playing to go and win, like yourself, right? IPA Pro, you've obviously played and won tournaments at the highest level against the very best players. You don't expect, even if you miss a pot in the middle, it doesn't matter if it's 1 shot, 2 shots, 10 shots. Aye, exactly. You're expecting to just say, well done, mate, mark it up, and you go again. Yeah,
like lower down always as you go down the levels, like you might get 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 chances a frame. But I mean, at the topest level, you're lucky sometimes if you get a shot in the frame, you know what I mean? So like you just have to go with the flow. And as I always said, like, I mean, always one of my best mates, Kutchy, I've always said to him, see the minute there's a tough ball or a tough shot, just treat it as your black.
Aye.
That is what you treat it as. And if you miss it, well, you'd have missed the black then. You know, it's like that. If you get it, you fancy then getting the frame.
I've said that a few times over the last while, and it's probably something I've heard from maybe yourself and other people. And I'm at the table and I'll maybe looking at it and go, right, this is my black.
Yeah.
This is my, and you know to yourself, if you get that, then you've got a chance of taking them out. And
aye. I mean, people are sometimes scared because your very first shot. But see, at the end of the day, if you don't get that, you're not getting the black anyway.
Aye.
So like, you might as well just go for it there and then.
There was one earlier.
Shot.
Jonesy was playing on this table, and he's got the red up the cushion, left-hand cushion, roll it in, and it's all done. And he decided to pop a ball in the middle because it was hanging. Gets him on the res. They were the balls. But next thing you know, he landed absolutely in trouble.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, if that's you, I actually said, if that's any of the top guys, they're just popping that ball on the tap. They're cutting it up the cushion because it's frame ball. Get that, and everything else is all straightforward.
Yeah,
and
it's about being not scared, you know what I mean? It's good finish there with Jamie again. All of a sudden, Martin not getting that first frame there is all of a sudden it's 2-0, you know what I mean?
Is there a case where some people try not to lose, Gibbsy, rather than win?
That's
Not bad then, huh?
Yeah, that surprises me that McInnes has done it.
Aye.
Yeah, but when you're doing statistics, you should just take that man out of it because he's done it. Know what I mean?
I know.
Aye, no, getting back to that point there, Stevie. I think that's kind of what I've always said. That's what I got an interview in IPA when I just come back and they were asking like what the difference is between like, because you always like at the top level and then see the guys even just below the top level, they can win anything in the game, but it's just always for some reason there's that wee divide because you've got predominant guys that are winning all the time and guys just below them that just can't seem to go over that line.
That wee bit of consistency in it.
And that is what I said in my interview. I said, listen, it's just about no being scared. Like I'm not scared to lose. You know what I mean, I'm going out there and going for my shots, and so be it. See if like I miss, and I'm happy with that.
Aye.
I mean, always there's a.
If you miss trying to win, you can take it. But if
people will be scared to go for that shot because they're thinking, oh, what if I miss?
Aye.
But what if you get it?
No, that's it.
That way, you know what I mean? It's like you're going to. I think I'm going to get every shot I go for in pool.
Aye, that's.
But you don't. You know what I mean? But aye, it's just always everybody thinks different and. I mean, Mai's got home a wee bit when I played doubles with Dunster once, and he's like probably more a percentage player.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like saying poker terms, where people, when they're going to make a call, they count the cards or they know what's out there, so they play to percentages. I play on how I feel if I feel lucky or not. Like, you know, I'm playing poker. Like, I'll go for which is maybe stupid, but I don't look into all percentage. You know, I'll just call it if I'm feeling if we're going to hit it or not. You know what I mean? Aye.
Just that positivity. I mean. There's not going to be many people with a negative mindset that are successful in any world of sport.
No.
Do you know what I mean? You've got to have some degree of positivity, go out there and go for something. And I think it's a real good way. There was a tournament in here and something similar happened. I spoke to Fernie after it, and we spoke about maybe if we just put a ball over the bag and then hung in there. And Fernie went, no chance. I would rather go out having a go, trying to win it, than hanging in there trying not to lose it. He went, that's not, and it stuck with me. It was probably 2 or 3 years ago in here, might have been a Saltire event, and it makes so much sense. How can you win something trying not to lose? It's like, it's kind of backwards.
You need to go for it. You know what I mean? That's the thing, it's not going to come to you. That's another miss. I think he's just tried to do a wee bit too much with the white there, Stevie. And I just played at pocket weight and still pretty much been on this yellow that he was on, or worst case, the one up the top right at the pocket. I think, I don't think he's quite settled yet.
No, I mean, he's probably been thinking before any of the names went into the hat that he would have a chance of coming here to retain, and then I just feel that when Jazza walks in the door, there's a lot, and I'm going, there, he's the man to beat. So they're all hoping each other take him out on the way, and then it opens up for them. But you've literally just got to go, and whoever's in front of you,
it's just another player.
Exactly. Do you believe in this the thing where people say you can't play the player, you have to just play the balls? So there was a conversation the other night where people were saying, well, you've got to play the player to an extent, because if you're playing Dunster and you decide to say fudge, well, he can fudge with the best, and if you're playing against, say, Boyo, and you start smashing in finishes, well, he can. And I kind of think to myself, it was John Brownlee and a few of the guys were all speaking about it, and I'm thinking, but surely no matter who you're playing, the right shot's the right shot, and you just need to be brave.
Oh, for me, I think at a lesser level where I've had it in the past, and I always I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but Steve, as in you're at a good level as well, right? And people have probably said to you, oh, just give me a frame, like no, that way when you go and play somebody. But always like the top level, what happens a lot, people have a wee joke, oh, give me a shot, you know, like stuff like that. But see, the thing is, now I was trying to tell people, you're going on there and playing your own game. Like, see when you come to the table, and this is the thing about our sport, when you come to the table, nobody else can interfere. It's not like pool, it's not like golf, football, tennis, where you can play a shot back. You know what I mean? Like golf, if somebody plays a good shot, you can play a good shot in. If somebody hits a good shot at tennis, you can hit it back. If somebody scores a goal at football, you can go and score a goal back.
True.
But see, when you're at the table, any Q sport, it doesn't matter. But it's actually believing it. Like, see, when you get to the top level, it does not matter who you're playing. Whereas, see, when you've got too much respect for somebody, and always, because I was like it when I was younger, people said to me, "Oh, don't play the player, play the table." But it's easier saying that than doing
Aye,
it.
when the guy's sitting across from
always
you.
like, when you get to a level where you're coming to the table and you're just expecting to fish all the time, so it doesn't matter who you're playing. But it's true what you say. The shot's a shot, and I always tell people. Some people say, "Oh, I'll get in here and I'll fudge him just because he's an open player," and I'm like, "But you still shouldn't get in and play a game that's not your actual proper game." You know what I mean? It's like, because all these top guys can fudge.
Oh, exactly.
They don't get to the top with just being able to pot. They can play the all-round game. So I'm a believer in further down the levels. It's always like, it's easier said than done that. Just play the table, don't play the player. You know what I mean? But when you get to top level, it's irrelevant who you're playing. I mean, you are just playing the balls. I mean, you're just concentrating on what you can do, and that's it.
Aye, see, I like that. I like it kind of simplifies it a wee bit, because that thing you say there when somebody's saying he's see, when I hear people say that, and I've heard it at international events, I've heard international managers shout onto their players, "Come on, wee man, slow it down a bit here," and you're thinking, what is it you want him to do? He's got a tap in.
Exactly.
Is it to just start hanging bags just because he's playing it now? Basically, you're 5-0 down or something, and it's like, oh, let's start tapping the bag. And I kind of think to myself, go and get him if you're if you're capable and you've got a chance. Go and get him.
Yep.
I've never been that. I don't know. Whether I've played it at the highest level or the lowest level, I've never had any. No fear factor. It's not like, I would rather play you guys every single day than, and this isn't me being disrespectful to the other guys, because I've had to start myself and try and work a path through, but I would rather play the best players all the time. And I hate these handicap tournaments. I hate these tournaments where nobody's no pros, no this, no that, and I'm like, I've never understood it. I would rather go and get a beating off yourself or Boyle or Dunster than it's just. I know everybody's know what me, and people value whether it's 10, 20, 50, 100, whatever it is, and that's fine. I totally get it, but then let's not pretend you're in the game to improve.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're in it just for a wee bit of fun and you'll have a game of pool, fair enough, but it's probably better being brutally honest about that rather than telling certain players, because you've had to start for whatever level. When you played a bit of snooker and you get into pool and whatever, you didn't just become one of the best players. It didn't just happen overnight.
Exactly what I always tell people, Stevie. I didn't just wake up and I was unbelievable at pool. You know what I mean? I've took the beatings. I've been fucking tore a new arsehole. That's an easier phrase that the Scottish people will always know. But I saw no point of beating about the bush. You know what I mean? Like I didn't. Boyle didn't just wake up great. Dunster didn't just wake up great. When Dunster was coming through the under-21s, I'm sure it was a similar time Wee Steed. And Wee Steed was the best in under-21s at the time. I mean, Dunster's worked at his game, and alright, he's not everybody's cup of tea, but the wee guy's world class. And he didn't just wake up like that. I played him last week in the IPA, and I said to him after match, I said, "Listen, mate, you're just so clinical, like unbelievable." I mean, I don't mean it's so great to watch, and always like, it's no great to play against, but you've just got to applaud these guys, and always like any other day at that level, always like people can do that to him. But he seems to just be doing it a wee bit more, and always like right now in the world, for me, it is him and Tom Cousins that are heads and shoulders above everybody. And I mean, I believe I'm up there with the top guys on the planet. But at the end of the day, see, when you're winning titles, it just shows what people are doing. You know what I mean? And that's what it comes down to. And fair play to him, like he puts the work in, and I'm a big believer in you get out what you put in, Stevie. So you can't exactly say, oh, he doesn't deserve this or deserve that. And so I just wish he didn't break as good again. But listen, it's pool, you know what I mean, and fair play to him.
That's he's probably one of the biggest adverts for what you put into something. You get that kind of success, because I remember when he was younger, Liam he came into he might have only been maybe 17, 18, and he came into the men's B2 team, and Fernie came in, Ryan, Rooney, guys like that, and I've always got on brilliant with everybody, and we had a great time. But Liam was a wee bit, he didn't really get involved, if you know what I mean, and he didn't have the best of times. But then the next week, when it was the youths and that, I think he won the under-23s individual title, he won the team title, and everybody was saying how good he was, but he just hadn't really, like, come out his shelf, if you want to put it that way, his shell, but he's just worked to be so good at what he does. And it might, as you say, it might not be everybody's cup of tea, but there's a lot of people out there that kind of moan and dig on it when they would give their left arm to be as good.
Definitely. Right, Stevie, we better get back on topic because there's a guy here not too happy. We did just gaff line a wee tad there. We apologises, but you sometimes get carried away when you're in the commentary box.
No, that's it. We need to remember one day they two will be masters.
Oh, exactly. And I believe they both have won a tournament called the Masters, you know what I mean? So maybe they just throw that back at the guy there. But no, listen, you're always welcome to come into commentary as well, mate. And just pure talk about the matches in front of you.
Jonesy, he's probably...
Who is it that's playing the final anyway?
Jonesy's probably been a big part of Dunster's, kind of, because he's for that neck of the woods, isn't he? So, but no, listen, I don't care who you are, you don't get to finals and win major titles without putting in a bit of work. And Jonesy, for me, he's been, I don't know about this year, I've not seen him right enough this year in the IPA, but Jonesy was last year on the IPA. He won a couple of titles over the last while. He's just class, but this is a different level opponent than he's used to playing in these tournaments. Yeah,
but listen, as I always say, until you get that first frame, and obviously Jonesy's took a nice, obviously he's still to get the 8 ball here, but no, that's a nice finish, and that will settle him now. And the thing is, Jonesy did win this last year, and it is still a strong field. There's no getting away from that. There's probably still, I would say there's still, you could say, half a dozen people in this, Stevie, that are good enough to still even win, like, say, like an IM and stuff.
Aye,
you know
definitely.
What I mean? So you can't take that away for the guys, but can if you're on the long-term thing, Jamie and probably Jonesy are probably the standout players in if you're in this tournament. I know Niven's done well. Don't get me wrong, Scott Dunbar was in it.
Aye.
The Scots are very capable player as well, but I think it's these guys that are beating each other. I would need to look back and see who actually beat Scott, but I would probably bet it was like a Jonesy or a Jamie or like a Niven or something like that, you know what I mean?
That's the... I'm trying to think. Earlier on I was talking about some of the guys in their 50s and trying to think of a few. And obviously Scott Dunbar was in it, and then I don't even think John McFarlane played this weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's a few others that are like borderline more than capable of winning any tournament.
And Lewis McCool, is he know about 50? Is he know due playing the Masters?
He can't be far away, to be fair.
That's what I was thinking.
This is probably the only section that he's not tossed a few pool balls about in.
Exactly, by the way. I think that's how everybody thought, right, we're safe this week. We'll go and play in the Masters because there'll no be pool balls flying everywhere.
Scott Dunbar get beat off Niven 7-2.
There you go.
Now we Bert McAdam, he get beat off George Fagan, and then George get beat off of David Gillis.
And
it's like
a wee shout out to David Gillis, by the way. I know Davey well, and Davey will not be very well known out there, but I see him kind of on a weekly basis in the Uddingston League. We're playing the same team, and he's improved so much, and he's not scared to play in all the events. And he was actually thinking about running that tournament that just got put up, the Grand Amman. I think one for in here, I'm sure. Paul put it up, and Davey was actually going to just take a spot and get like 8 guys at 125 quid a head, just to try and organise something and play in something, you know what I mean? And what he actually said as well, he said, see if there was like 8 players in my level, he said I would pay the grand to play in it because I could draw one of them. I mean, so he's not scared to. No, he's not. We were talking about earlier on where people are scared to pay the money and play nowadays.
I mentioned them when I was doing the scores because Davey will go and play in the Saltire, and I've drew him in that. It was actually, I know over the last few weeks I've done all right and I've had some big results, but I played him in here and it was on, I think we might have even been on the telly table, and after it we were talking and he says, hang on Stevie, I came into this to play against guys like you, and I took it as the biggest compliment in the world because when I look on my shoulder, and whether it be in the IPA and I'm playing against you guys or whether it's in the Saltire, I'm just in to compete against the best players and that's it. But Davey's obviously, no disrespectful, but he's another couple of levels down and he's gone head to head with everybody. He's putting his money where his mouth is. But I don't care what age you are. See that, you can't teach old dogs new tricks. You can. If Davies is committed, as we've seen over the last couple of years, he'll get better. Will he win tournaments? Who knows? Yeah. But he's not going to stop getting better. He's playing against the very best, Gibbsy.
And you can only learn, know what I mean?
Jonesy beat Ross McInnes in the first round.
Oh, did he? Yeah.
I was looking at some of the results there. Craig McCready beat Anton. Trying to see if Big McFarlane was actually
No,
in
I
this.
didn't see his name in the draw, Stevie.
Michael Gallagher is another good one. He's been great over the last while.
I think he get beaten the last frame decider, did he know?
Shug McBride it was that beat Chick McKeag.
Yeah, I'm sure it was Barry Thompson beat Michael Gallagher in the last frame decider.
Aye, that's right.
I've seen Barry putting a post up. But Lewis, to answer your question, the 2-1, definitely a shot you need to practice at. And one guy I wouldn't put a mortgage on is Jamie Burnett playing it. Yeah, that's just a nope. Yeah, so Jamie's got a good chance here again. And he's went about this finish pretty decently.
He's only lost 5 frames the entire weekend.
Yeah.
It's no bad goner.
Especially when these last couple of matches he's played
Stuart Weeks.
and I played Jim McGee. Aye, you know what I mean? So, because I'm sure has Jim won one of the? I know he's won some of the tour events, hasn't he? Like the maybe like over the Masters tour events or stuff like that. So he's a very capable player. But aye, so there is still a good, like I would say there's probably a good dozen guys in this draw that could still do some damage. You know what I mean? But
100%.
always the cream always rises to the top, as they say. And Jones can still play at the top level. Amy's still a top player, so it is no surprise to see these both guys in the final.
I think the fact that they were avoiding each other to this point, it was always likely. But just looking back through some of the scores, a lot of the quality that was in this to start with, the more I looked at the draw there, the more names I seen, but they did all kind of bump into each other, and there was the odd shock result that just cleared the path for some. But as you say, the cream rises to the top. We've got the defending champion and arguably the best player now in the 50s section in the final. So if he decides to play all the tour events, he'll take a bit of stopping. I did say to him, we probably won't see him till he's 60 now.
Yeah, I know. But knowing Jamie, Jamie's one of my best mates. And I speak to him and I always say to him about tournaments, but Jamie's more of a team player.
Aye. He loves that, doesn't he?
Yep. See, because he still treats it as just a bit of laugh, of a fun that, but he really, really does like the team events more. And that's how he doesn't play in probably all the events. But I said to him, listen, there's some pocket money there to be made. I mean, you're good enough to go there and earn some money, so there's no reason why you shouldn't be playing in it. Because I know he likes to do a bit of coaching and that as well, Jamie. It's good to see because he's a very, very knowledgeable man. And I mean, you just see the way he takes it.
He's brilliant.
His cue ball's very good. And that's one thing I've noticed as well this weekend. And it's the first time I've noticed it. And I told him he had to do it, Stevie. Guys like him, Stevie Benny, for example, ex-snooker players, see when they break, they stun off the pack. You cannot compete at this level, Stevie, when you've not got a big break. No, their thinking is they can't throw their arm at it because they're curious. But you need to just let your arm go a wee bit to get the power through the pack. And I've seen him. He's doing. He'll probably just stun off the pack here, mind you, know what I mean, just to make me look stupid. But no, he's committed a bit to the break, because I think that's probably the only thing that's held Jamie back a wee bit more for not winning like the more IMs or competing more in the IPA when he's played in it. Is the break, because it is, as you know, it's the biggest shot in the game.
It's funny because we're obviously going to watch him break here, right? But I've kind of get into a habit now, no matter if I talk to somebody in comms or whether it's an interview, that the break gets spoken about.
Oh, sorry, Stevie. I was watching another TV there.
But the break, it comes up more and more. Obviously, the balls don't finish themselves, but to give yourself half a chance, well, you need to have a decent break. And then if you're no timing it and no cueing it, and kind of, it's going to catch you up. Yeah,
and the thing is, he's breaking there. He's probably still not hit that as hard as the top boys. But look at the way these Marty Pellies have come out. You know what I mean? They're sitting good. And Jamie's cue ball control, like you'd fancy somebody of Jamie's class, kind of dismantling these pretty easy. And the fact he's 4-1 up, it kind of makes it a tad easier. He's not really chasing the match. his first shot, he'll probably. I don't know if he can hold and stay high on his next yellow to the middle. He needs to go across, like back, across back twice. Yeah, so obviously he couldn't hold it there. But I think he can just drop this on off the rail and then play the one down the inside. Because then that creates a path for the one to go to that middle, Stevie.
Middle.
I mean, it just depends if he's going to be or not, but he still could come back out and take one next to the black, but I would just everybody sees it differently. Yeah, that's a shot.
Yep. That's it. I think when the balls are in the open, he's probably as good as anybody.
You don't fancy him missing. Like, see these shots, your level's down. I mean, it's an acute angle that can be missed.
Aye.
But somebody like Jamie, you're fancying Jamie getting these 100 out of 100. And this was a problem ball because the one just right next to it, even though it's an open play, natural bag is that over the bottom left or the left centre. But he just has to drop this one in next to the 8 ball, and then he's on the yellow he's closest to into the left middle, which will get him onto the yellow next to the 2 reds, just to drop on for the black in the bottom cushion.
Just missed the black here. It's about perfect.
Aye. I mean, ideally, I'd like to have been straight on this yellow into the middle, Stevie, because then he could have just rolled through half a ball, and he's not doing. He always no need to do much with the white then. But I think you might need to come on off the cushion here. Because obviously you want to be straight as you can, as in been on the yellow, because you got to be straight on it because the red's obviously. But you'll need to come on off the cushion here. Yeah, that's fine.
Screw on and off the cushion.
Worst case scenario, that's what you could always do, Stevie. But I don't know if he can hold this a wee bit of check, or he just screws on off the cushion so it takes everything. So he can put his. He looks like he's checking the liver a bit.
A lot of juice on that.
Yeah, but that's the thing on this cloth, you can do this. I mean, see if that's new, or if it's like, say, on an app cloth, you play that and it actually throws it wider.
That's
weird.
right.
It's so weird how it, like, see on the match table at the IPA, like, see brand new, like something like that, it would throw wider. But yep, that's another break and finish with that cue. I think I might need basking some for percentages if he goes on and wins this, Stevie.
The EBS breakup is running riot.
Aye. Oh, Jonesy's known the best of moods here. See, the thing is, like, Jonesy's, apart from that one chance that he missed always right in the very first frame, he's not really missed anything.
No,
I don't even know if he's actually missed a shot or not. So listen, you just have to say, when things like this are going, you just have to concentrate on your own game. You know what I mean? Like, you then need help because Jamie's going to obviously, like, if they go toe for toe with breaks now, Martin can't possibly win the game.
No,
you know what I mean?
true.
So he needs help with a dry break here or there. So all you can do is stay in the moment. I mean, obviously everybody's been there. It's easier said than done. We all lose a head here and there. You know what I mean? But the last thing you want to be doing is, if you're just gifting it to your opponent, and as sure as bang, dry break. Yeah, and these reds are sitting nice again. Stevie's over here praying that Stephen Holmes is going to score.
I'm
just in case you thought we were doing to one commentator.
I was just listening to the crowd. Rangers scored there, and the whole crowd started just chanting Martin, get to. And I'm like, that's celebratory like I've never heard in my life.
I know. I'm not too sure if he's played that, Stevie, because that's been very fortunate. I mean, because they 2 balls went, I think.
They did. I think every one of them had a bag, so he's...
And Jamie's not the type of guy, like, if a ball goes, you play on it. You know, and I like that way, because then you're not chancing anything to luck. So everything goes here, and the red that's closest to the yellow in the middle of the table, that goes into the bottom left. Yeah, so Jamie's looking. I mean, he's looking as if he's actually. I mean, I know this is a final now, so he's had a few games under his belt, but And realistically, you have to say he's not really been tested this tournament.
No, he's not. He's not been pushed. He's not been put under much pressure at all. So it's strange because obviously, as I say, I'm looking at the draw there and the amount of really, really good players and players that have been there, done it over many years. And although some of them did beat each other, the names he's beat today, like you say, Jim McGee, he's won multiple titles at these levels. And
Weeksy won IMs, that.
exactly. Former A-team international.
Aye.
But they've just not pushed him at all. And maybe doing him a wee bit of disservice as well because he's been very good.
Aye, no, listen, he's one of the guys, he comes to the table. If they're all there, you're expecting them to get it, not. As long as you're not there, Eddie.
Fast Eddie's in town. Who beat you? Who beat you, mate? Were you in it?
Oh, it's probably the brakes. Eddie, he's a guy that was wanting to start something sure not long ago.
Oh, he's
I'm
a
sure
he's
he
a
put
worst for it.
high. He put something on the
That's
chat.
right.
He was wanting to start some tournament or something.
It's not that. I think McInnes won it. Then McInnes actually backed him. McInnes went, do you know what? You're right.
Yeah.
And I was kind of like, Obviously, if it's one of the certain tours and they think that the numbers will dwindle, and that's obviously the last thing they want. But
or he's just thinking Eddie's easy money. We want to keep him in. Yeah, he's just. He's running through because I think he just left the wrong angle. Yeah. He didn't want to be hampered here, mind you. That makes it missable now. So that was if he landed straighter, or he was even on this one at the bottom left first, we'd have took that. But this is probably a shot he didn't need. But again, 5-1 up. Ghost 9.
So if he's 4-3 down,
another pressure on it
all of a sudden.
And again, it's like as if he's just run away with the match. You know, and he just looks in really, really good form.
He's like a man possessed.
Aye, and the good thing is for Jamie, like, even though, I mean, he doesn't play in the ball. This is his first Masters tournament, obviously, but this is good practice for all the other tournaments you play in, Stevie, because there's nothing better than always like match practice.
Match practice, isn't it?
It's the best practice you can get, and obviously, I'm sure he's been getting like one-off. I'm sure he's played in every Saltire, but I don't think he's like an actual. He's been on it all year, but he has got like a space every event, and I'm sure he's in the next one. So all of a sudden, he's got the IM next weekend. He's got the Saltire the following weekend, and then it's the Scottish Singles the following weekend, and then it's the Scottish Seniors weekend after that. So
it's not a bad run.
Definitely, and this is a good thing about these tournaments. You can certainly play yourself into a good vein of form.
It's the old winning breeds winning mentality.
Regardless what tournaments you win. That's why I used to try and play Mel in the Aquitania Open. Know what I mean? Try and get a wee win under my belt.
Oh no,
I used to
struggling for confidence, sweetheart.
Aye.
Join me.
Beat. Here we go with EBS breaker queue again.
But it's funny, I know it's a totally different world, but a lot of football teams, that if they're struggling for form, they'll go and have the behind closed doors games against lesser teams, and they'll take it as good experience, but then they'll go and whip them and try and build that confidence of winning.
Exactly.
And it's
if it gets your forward scoring or something like that, just gets them that wee bit of confidence in the back of the net. Another great break for Jamie again there. Look at these reds look delightful. I mean, when you break, what you look at is as long as there's no clusters.
Yeah.
See, as long as all the balls have got an open bag. I mean, like that. Say like you were targeted to take yellows here. The yellow on the left hand side's tough, but it's got a bag.
Exactly.
You know I mean, like that's all you can ask for when you're always you're coming to the table and you've got a chance to the finish. But no, I'm always expecting them to take reds here. And this is to get on the hill, which is a terrible term, but everybody understands it.
I know. I mean, I say it myself on the hill, and I think, where did it even come from?
It's an American term as well, you know what I mean? It's
on the hill, trying to get to the top here.
I know I ain't getting up no hills. I'll tell you that right now.
It's like, right, we're here in the first round, guys, at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah.
Pretty soon we'll be at the next bit of the hill.
Yep. So basically,
How many ledges has this hill got?
So basically, the score at the start of the match is bottom of the hull, bottom of the hull.
I'd be surprised if it's not 7-1 after this visit. You continuing upstairs and then taking the bottom right. Does that go past the yellow? I think it does,
I think
doesn't
so.
it?
And
Bottom
then
right, middle.
the red he's closest to the now is going to be his last ball, I'd imagine. So obviously this is a pool match, but we're kind of commentating on. Yeah, so he ideally wants to land where he is now, Stevie, but he's always like, he did have a window there. I mean, he wants to be right on the cushion, but I think he can just drift through by the yellow a wee tad. Then he's got the black down the rail.
Bridging again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously doesn't mind it. He always likes bridging more than he likes 2-1s. I'll give him that.
From what I've seen, he obviously gets enough practice.
Yeah.
Spoke to Jamie a few years ago. It was the Edinburgh Open, and I noticed he was getting a decent result. And at the time, great finish. All the tables were slightly different, to say the least. And I was on one table. I think I played crookie, and the table was minted. It was just reclothed. It was a wee bit all other place rolly wise, but. And then I was on an outer table, and it was like, it looks as if it was 5 years old. I says to Jamie, I mean, you seem to be doing quite well on these. I've noticed Dunster's getting good results, and I think Dunster won it 4 out of 5 years or something. But I said, how are you so used to these? Every table's just so different. And he says, usually maybe the first frame or two, Stevie, I try and play my way in. It's races to 10. I'll try and get on and off the cushions. I'll try maybe a wee screw, a top through, whatever it might be. And say to myself, well, I need to play that a bit harder. I need to do. And I'm like, I don't think ever in my life I had went to a table in a tournament and thought like that.
I know, it's weird.
But when he was saying it, it made so much sense. But I'm like, I would just come away and go, my table plays so much different to that. I was all other place, rather than think, right, how do I work this out? Yeah, exactly.
Aye, and that's what it's all about, is adapting. Because I was speaking to Niven there, and Niven was saying that he doesn't always get his table reclothed, because not every time. I mean, it would be a luxury if we. I mean, I know McGoldricks, like Santa's place, always like the players and all that. They do keep their tables up to great conditions, and we're pretty fortunate up in Scotland with that, and we can only thank them. But you can't keep on playing on brand new cloths every single tournament.
I know.
It'd be amazing, but come on, you couldn't run a business.
It's just not feasible.
And that's what Niven was saying. He's like, so there's no point because Niven always recovers tables, so he could be playing in perfect tables every day, goes into practice. But he said there's no point in playing on a brand new cloth all the time, because it actually isn't. That's not what it's like at the events all the time. You know what I mean? As much as we would like that. Oh, Jonesy. Yeah, Jonesy's. And this is what happens, Stevie. Like, see when you take somebody right out of the game. I mean, like, if that's like in the semi-finals, Jonesy was flying. Jonesy's been flying all tournament, and when you put the pressure on somebody, it can do strange things to you.
It's a ruthless game at times, isn't it? And you can fly your way through the entire tournament, and then you said that a couple of frames ago. I can't actually think of a whole lot, right? Obviously, that's a poor shot, but. Can't you think of a whole lot where I'm saying Jonesy's blew this year?
I know. There, Jonesy missed again, or that's another one Jonesy's missed. He missed that one in the very first frame, and apart from that, I don't think he's really done much wrong. Because like dry breaks isn't doing something wrong, you know what I mean?
That's just the nature
of it.
It's
if a ball's going to go in, they'll go in. If they don't, they don't. Like, because also Niven said to me there that I think for 4-3 in the semi-finals, it was like break dish, reverse dish, break dish, or something like that. So like it's going to go for you. Then sometimes it doesn't. It's just we know that, and as hard as it is to always like take, it's the game. You know what I mean?
That's
the game.
exactly. And the game is Scottish Pool Association Masters Scottish Championship final in McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar, live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. And when we say spoiled, we really are spoiled in here.
Yeah, because I'm in commentating with you. Oh, sorry, mate. I didn't know you didn't mean that.
Try to get your attention earlier. It just goes to show, guys. He only cares about the finals.
Yeah, so I've not been in one now.
I was hoping you were going to come in and say Jamie's waiting to pounce like a tiger.
Oh, no. I only bring that out for the big weekend, Stevie.
That was brilliant.
I was actually going to get that printed on a T-shirt.
World Champions. I can't even remember what match it was, but it was good.
It was.
Stuck in that wee cupboard having the time of our life, man. That was good.
But the best one still yet is this photo with us that we still don't even know why we're laughing at. You know what I mean?
I'm thinking to myself, what was happening in that?
I was wondering why my jaws were saying that. I mean,
racking my brain. That was good. That was
because I'm thinking to myself, it must have been me that's cracked the joke. There's no way I'm laughing at you cracking a joke. You know what I mean?
The only time I can remember, it was like something to do with the tournament that came before it.
Yeah,
you had won, and I think I got the tournament rang. I says, whatever it was. But then I'm looking at the picture and saying, can't it be that? Because that wasn't that funny. That was just getting a tournament rang.
It just shows you when you're in the moment, doesn't it? It's class. Brilliant. Good bit of photography.
He got it spot on, didn't he?
Yeah. That was a nice wee shot there with Jamie. He would have preferred to always have still been on the rail with the white there, so he could have just potted the one down into the bottom left and then been on the one to the right side. But he's still got the same angle, but he's just further away for his shot. How you playing this shot, Stevie? Would you a dragger of the ball?
I
would drag this shot.
I am.
Because it's naturally just going to maybe drift through a ball or two, and then that leaves you perfect on the last red.
I don't like topping it in case I get a kick.
Exactly.
So I'm perfect.
That's just perfect shot. Honestly, this has just been relentless with Jamie Burnett. I mean, before a ball struck in the whole tournament, he's a favourite.
Aye, of course.
Favourites don't always win, as you know, Stevie. And fair play to Jamie. He's played sublime and.
It's a Scottish Championship.
Aye, realistically, all Martin Jones can say is well played, Jamie, and the best man won the day, and that's all she wrote.
Wow, 8 frames to 1, 5 frames dropped over the entire weekend.
Although we do have a disagreement, somebody said 4.
4? Yep. What was the score in the semi-final?
7-1, I believe.
Oh, was it 7-1? I thought it was 2.
Yeah.
4 frames, aye.
Yeah. Wow, what a bit. That's unbelievable.
That's mad, isn't it?
Stevie will need to go out and share that with Jamie if he can remember.
Oh, that's mad. Well, there's no much Jonesy could have done there. Yeah. He really isn't. He's missed a couple, but I mean, it was relentless.
Yeah, 100%. And at the end of the day, all you can say is, well played, Mr. Jamie Burnett, 2025 Scottish Masters champion.
That gives a wee shot of that EBS breaker.
Mate, I think we need to get him in here and talk about it.
I think we should, aye. Wow.
You want me to get him in?
Aye, why not? Might as well. While everybody's still on, we'll get Jamie in for a wee chat, man. Aye, get him in for a wee couple of minutes. Unbelievable, guys, eh? So 4 frames dropped. I thought he won the semi-final 7-2. So my apologies on that. 4 frames dropped. And if you rearrange them, I'm struggling to figure out what he's talking about. If you rearrange them, 148, I don't know. I don't know. Anybody help me with that? If you rearrange them, I don't know. What's he talking about, man? Anyway, guys, that was absolutely exceptional, wasn't it? Absolutely exceptional. Jamie Burnett is our Scottish Pool Association Masters Scottish Champion. I mean, relentless, flawless, amazing. I'm running out of superlatives. Just unbelievable. Yeah, but it's all right. I'm just tying up. He's going to come in. He's going to get him in. So that's perfect. Well, Jamie Burnett is the champ. And Martin Jones, he tried to defend his title, guys. He tried. It was unlucky. But there's not much you can do when your opponent is absolutely relentless. So Jamie Burnett is the champ. I'm waiting on him coming over, guys. I'm not sure if he is coming over. What is he doing? Yeah, he's going to come. He's going to come, guys. That's perfect. Stay tuned, guys. Jamie Burnett will be in here in 1 second. So they're going to just give him the trophy first, guys, and then he'll step in. Am I giving him the trophy? I don't know what's happening here. Right, guys, I'll be back. Stay tuned. Stay there for a moment and I'll get him in. Right, stay there. I'll go and get him. It's working.
Yep, we're on. Right,
Live.
guys, we're live, aye. Right, guys, we've managed to grab the victor into the booth, Mr.